The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
Test, test, test. Okay, so I think I got it now. All right. I am sorry. I apologize if y'all had a long silence at the beginning there, but I was running off at the mouth. So I know y'all can hear me on YouTube now. So I apologize for all of that. But so just to recap, what I was saying is that there's a lot of things going on in the United States, all over the world, especially in politics. And me myself, I try not to go down that rabbit hole of trying to suck all this stuff down and get carried away with what's going on. But I am paying attention to the political ins and outs of what's going on, and like I was just saying, I guess the bottom line is that I'm understanding more clearly now that there's like different sects of people. And one sect of people, they kind of understand politics. They don't agree with it 100%. But you got the other sect of people that don't. They just disregard rules and regulations and laws and ethics and morals and all that kind of stuff to push their conspiratorial political agenda. That's what they do. And that's your Sarges and ABCs in them. And I was just saying that, with that group of people, the right wing, conspiratory, racist, uh, anti-American, insurrectionist mindset of America. That's damn near half of the country that thinks that way. That is anti-American. That don't give a crap about the rule of law, unless it goes in their favor. That's when they'll actually promote the rule of law. Unless something goes in their favor, they they'll actually promote it heavily. That's why you hear the Blue Lives Matter. That's why you hear we defend the police. That's why you hear all this bullshit, because they think that system is gonna always be in their favor. And then whenever this same system that they're defending goes against them, somehow or another it's corrupt. And the Democrats did it. This is what's going on. Is you can notice that whenever the Republicans were in power and Donald Trump was saying that he's the law and order president, that's because he thought that he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. That's because they thought they were going to prosecute President Obama. That's because they thought they were going to lock up a whole lot of Democrats. That's whenever he's law and order, right? And at the same time, he's walking all over the laws, breaking the laws, violating the emoluments clause, taking our taxpayer money, using the White House as a piggy bank, basically, and not getting held accountable. Law and order be damned at that time. At the same time, he's stealing documents from the White House. He's talking to foreign leaders and selling them all our secrets. He's buddying up to dictators and authoritarians all over the world, like the Saudi Arabian leaders and Vladimir Putin. Fuck the Constitution at that time. But whenever he get caught up in the system and find out that we have rules and laws in this country that goes against exactly what he was doing, all of a sudden everybody is corrupt. The same government that you're lying and stealing and cheating to be in charge of, that same government, if you're not in charge of it, you want to tear it down. You want to divide people. You want to create idiots that run around here and repeat COVID conspiracies like like ABC, and dumb idiots that run around and criticize the same election that he's been participating in for all his life. And all of a sudden the elections are fraudulent, like Sarge, dumbass, and promote this 2000 Mules movie. All of a sudden, whenever the shit ain't going in your favor, it's corrupt. But whenever you win, the system is working for you, right? And there's a story I hope we get to on the website. I'll flip to it right quick. And I'll just allude to it real quick right now and explain to you how you guys are idiots. One of the stories that Lisa shared with me right here, and it made news today, it says that Sean Hannity knew all along that Trump lost the damn election. And what's going on now is because you guys have been lied to, and Dominion is suing Fox News, and now people like Sean Hannity and the CEO of Fox and Laura Ingraham have to testify under penalty of perjury. They're telling the truth after they put their hand on that Bible in that courtroom. And this is one of your people who you listen to about election lies, who you call in here and argue with me about, or argue with me about the fraudulent stuff that's going on. This guy, your idol, your hero, the one that put all these stupid ass thoughts and conspiracies in your head because he's making money from advertisement and he's getting paid millions of dollars a year to sit up there and lead you fools around by the nose. Soon as he get in front of a judge, soon as he see that black robe, all of a sudden he tells the truth and say, yeah, I know that Trump lost the election. So why did you do so many goddamn shows putting a battery in stupid asses like Sarge's back and sending motherfuckers to the Capitol? Why did you do so? Why did you and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham sit up there and pump these people heads up to go break the fucking law, violate the Constitution, try to overthrow the damn government, go into jail based off of what the fuck Fox News said? And whenever your feet is in front of the fire, and whenever you in front of a judge, whenever you are getting ready to get charged with a goddamn crime, now all of a sudden, I knew the election. I knew Trump lost the election. Now you got motherfuckers going to jail for seditious conspiracy. You got people getting locked up for breaking laws at the Capitol, fighting the fucking police, Blue Lives Matter. What they call that? Sending in fake slates of electors, falsifying documents. You had stupid ass Lindsey Graham calling the governor, not the governor, but calling Georgia lying. Not lying, but trying to coerce someone into trying to throw away fucking mail-in ballots. You had stupid ass Herschel walk up there running for damn Senate. All of you motherfuckers based on a lie that one orange idiot told. That one orange idiot told. Now y'all getting criminally penalized. You're gonna have records. You're getting families torn apart because of that fucking lie. But it don't bother to him. He's Superman now. He's selling fucking NFT cards. He's walking around on fucking baseball cards with fucking tights on, and he just made $49 million off of that shit. And y'all want to argue something that's not even real. You want to waste air. That's why I can't deal with you guys. That's why I don't talk to y'all. I mean, I talk to y'all on this show, right? Because it's funny, it's entertaining, and I go back and forth with you. I like to hear you get all upset and stuff. It's funny to me, because you spirits or whatever the fuck. I don't know, but y'all crazy to me on this damn show. But now, whenever Sean Hannity gets put in front of a fucking judge, whenever Laura Ingraham has to be deposed, whenever Kellyanne Conway has to testify, they tell the damn truth. But still, I got to hear your dumb ass. As a matter of fact, like I just said before my audio came on, Sarge just called me yesterday, arguing with me loud as fuck about Kari Lake. This motherfucker was, soon as I picked up the phone, I didn't see who it was. I answered the phone, next thing you know, somebody's yelling in my damn ear about the Arizona election. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? The woman lost. She lost the goddamn election. Why are you calling me yelling about this fucking trial that she's gonna lose in Arizona? But he's so programmed and he's He's so far down the fucking rabbit hole that he can't even see reality no more. At one point in time, I was thinking Sarge, you know, he was just off the deep end with that Trayvon Martin stuff and the Barack Obama birth certificate bullshit. You know, those were right wing talking points. They were crazy, but you know, they were right wing talking points. And I thought ABC was just a nut for the 9/11 conspiracies, you know. But you know, you can have rational conversations with them. But now these people have done drunk this Kool-Aid, and there is no turning around for them. There is no correcting that type of stupidity. They're so damn. Y'all have, as adults, said some crazy shit publicly that you cannot take back. Your entire mindset, what you've been told for years and years and years, everything that you know about politics, about COVID, about the system of governance in the United States, the way y'all understand the Constitution, for the last fucking 10 years, y'all have been 100% completely wrong about everything that came out of your fucking mouths. There's nothing that you said that nobody can validate. Nothing. There's not one fucking ounce of truth that came out of your mouth for the last 10 years. Nobody. There's no. You can't validate the shit. They got you telling black people not to vote. They got you telling black people not to vote. They got you yelling out that Democrats drink bloods and eat babies or whatever the fuck y'all say. That QAnon dumb shit. It's about some global fucking world order and some cabal or whatever the hell y'all believe. They got y'all so far down that rabbit hole, no, you can't even speak common sense because you'll try to debate and argue that stupid shit that I just repeated. I guarantee you, if I mention Democrats and babies to one of them motherfuckers, they'll spend hours, literally hours, trying to debate why they're legitimate. If I say anything about Ray Epps, which is a conspiracy of the election of 2020, they will spend hours trying to debate Ray Epps. If I say that Donald Trump didn't send troops to the Washington on January the 6th, they would spend hours trying to say how that was Nancy Pelosi's job. This is a fact. And everything that I just said is a conspiracy from their perspective. From their perspective. Because we got one commander-in-chief at a time. And that guy at that time was Donald Trump. It's his job to protect this goddamn country. Sarge would tell you that is out of his purview to protect the United States from within the United States. That's bullshit. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the president of the United States. It's his job to support and defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is clear in his oath of office. All enemies, foreign and domestic. Those were domestic enemies on January the 6th. Those were domestic terrorists on January the 6th. So it's President Trump. It's the president's job to defend this country from those fucking domestic fucking enemies. The reason I can now say that they was domestic enemy is because we had some go to court and get charged with being enemies of this goddamn country with sedition or whatever let me find. Let's see, Sarge always try to correct me with the damn charges. Let me find out what the damn Proud Boys or whoever that was, Oath Keepers, were charged with, so I can get it right. What were they charged with? Seditious conspiracy. Those are enemies of this goddamn country. And Sarge told us, listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Sarge told us that he was a card-carrying member of this organization. He said that he was a card-carrying member of the freaking Oath Keepers, a racist, far-right, anti-government militia. Oh, that's what it says there. Look, it says the Oath Keepers is a far-right anti-government militia whose leader has been convicted of violently opposing the government of the United States, including transfer of presidential power as prescribed by the U.S. Constitution. It was incorporated in 2009 by Elmer Stewart Rose. That's the guy that went to jail for seditious conspiracy. And look at this. Look. I don't want to stay stuck on this, but this is important. This is Elmer Stewart Rose, right? He is a lawyer. He's a former soldier, a paratrooper. Why is that significant? That's significant because these conspiracies don't have intellectual boundaries, right? This guy went to school to be a lawyer. But the conspiracy outweighs his intellect. So if this lawyer can go down that rabbit hole, Sarge and ABC ain't got a goddamn chance. They're just stupid. They're just fucking dumb as fuck. If you got an educated individual that went and they got enough intelligence to go to school and become a lawyer and get educated, and they get sucked down this shit, if you got dumbasses that's walking around willy-nilly like Sarge and ABC and Atma, they don't know they ass from a hole in the ground. They just don't. So talking to those people it's just like talking to fucking, I don't know, a tree. They're just stupid. This guy, this guy has he had a pretty good pedigree, looks like. So what you got to ask yourself, what would make an individual with all this access to privilege actually follow a cult-like behavior, right? Now that would take somebody who's well versed in psychology to analyze this guy's mind and find out what drove this person down that way, right? The only thing I can do is look at what's in front of me. I look at all the talking points. I look at all the rhetoric that's aimed towards a different demographics, like the Democrats or black people or foreigners. I look at the religious connection, how the Christian right is really taking over this movement. All of those things take account whenever it comes to these people making up their mind. Maybe he was heavily religious. Maybe he did believe that somehow or another his political party, needed to defeat the other political party physically with weapons and shit. This might be him, even though he's got an education. I don't know. But to me, that's extreme. That's extreme because, okay, so let me back up a couple of seconds. You as an American, you are here, you're free, you work, you come home, you go to sleep, you eat and all that kind of stuff, right? And you enjoy life, you go and shop and all that kind of stuff, right? Then you take it to another level when you look at politics, right? And these politicians and who you throw your weight behind. Who you throw your weight behind politically. So if you're going to choose somebody to throw your weight behind politically, that means in your mind, you are hoping that your support is going to get you something from that person once they get elected, right? And that's what you hear from the black conscious community when it comes to the criticizing the Democrats. You're thinking that once you say, okay, I'm going to vote for you, I'm going to donate to you, then I'm supposed to expect this outcome, right? But these people took that mentality and put steroids in it because they really wanted the results that they wanted. So you got to back up a little bit. You and I, with common sense, know that politicians are full of shit. They have always been full of shit. They're going to lie to you. They lie on the campaign trail. They lie when they get in the goddamn office. These people, because of their privilege, once they put their weight behind somebody, they really expect whatever result to happen for it to happen. For instance, they wanted Donald Trump to be president. That's why they went to the poll. That's why they're Republicans or calling themselves conservatives, because conservatives outweigh the fucking other political party, or Republicans outweigh the other political party. So whenever they cast their vote, they really want that shit to happen. The way the politics been working in the past, right? Because whenever, like I said, I understand that once I vote for somebody and I know that they get in office, I got my fingers crossed and I hope that they do the right goddamn thing, because now they got to navigate the corporations, they got to navigate corruption, they got to navigate all this damn money that they're getting and the lobbyists and all that kind of shit. So I know that hopefully this person that I voted for would get up there in Washington and actually legislate towards my what I want. But I'm not going to go shoot somebody in the goddamn head because they don't. What am I going to do about that? Well, the next time I go to the poll, I'm not going to vote for that person. That's my solution. So that's somebody with a logical thinking mind like you and I. That's our solution. This guy was corrupt. We voted him in office. He didn't perform. So next time when election comes up, you're not getting my vote. No. That ain't the way the right works. The right works when I vote for you, even though you believe in Jewish space lasers, even though you think that Democrats drank baby blood called adrenochrome, even though you think that there's a secret cabal running the goddamn world and George Soros is somehow or another funding the opposition, even though you believe all this shit, when I vote for you, you're going to make sure that we never lose again. That's the way they think. You can hear it in Sarge whenever he calls in here. He say, I will never vote for a Democrat. He say, there is nothing that a Democrat can do that I agree with. He say all this shit about never supporting the Democrat. I would never support socialism. He say all this dumb shit, right? But when Democrats pass the health care bill, I guarantee you that motherfucker benefiting from it. When they pass this ominous act, his retirement check, he gonna benefit from it, right? When Democrats do things for this country that benefits these same people, when Democrats create jobs in their locations, whenever they're building bridges, whenever they're spending money on construction, I guarantee you that these same goddamn Republicans is going to benefit from what the Democrats did. Now, mind you, Donald Trump ain't did shit for infrastructure the entire time. The Republicans ain't did shit for infrastructure the entire time they've been in office, right? Not a goddamn thing. So basically what I'm saying with all this shit right here is that these people have drawn up this conspiracy and it's wound so tight that they can't get out of it. I mean, the best example I can give you is that they were so into this conspiracy that they're going to jail for it now. They're getting locked up for it now. They're on trial for it right now. I can't prove it to you any other way. I guarantee you, if Sarge would have caught a bus to Washington on January the 6th, we'll probably be hearing about him getting locked up. This is how far down the rabbit hole that these people have went. Because I'm just using Sarge's name, right? But there's actually people that was in January the 6th that actually tell you, I don't know how I wound up in the Capitol. I was just with the crowd, and next thing you know, I was shitting in the hallways. That's what the hell they say. I don't know what happened. That's because you're in a cult. Whenever a cult says move, you move. Think about the Nuwapians, right? And Dr. York. Think about Brother Polite and all of those people that was following him. Think about young Pharaoh dumbass. And when you're in a cult, you lose all sense of goddamn reality and you just follow these people blindly. That's what happens. But they don't realize that they're in a goddamn cult. Think about those people that are in the Proud Boys and they was up there testifying, or the Oath Keepers and they was testifying. That guy literally stood up there and said, I really didn't intend for this to happen, but it did, motherfucker. Now you going to jail. See, what they say, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ain't that what we always get told? I know I get told that as a black person all the goddamn time. Hell, I got told that at 12 years old. Just because you don't know the goddamn law don't mean you can't break that motherfucker and go to jail. I've known that my entire life as a young black male in this damn country. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. That means that somebody can't put a fucking battery in your back, lie about elections, lie about COVID. You go break the law and then you use the excuse, I thought I was doing the right thing. You're going to jail. That's it. You're going to jail. The only person that has, and I'm just saying this because it ain't over with yet, the only person that probably is able to get away with that damn excuse is Donald Trump. Because he can blame lawyers and people that was in his surrounding. Maybe he can get away with it if they don't convict his ass of a fucking crime. If they convict him of a crime, then he can't even get away with it, right? But anybody else as a fucking citizen, because nobody in this country is supposed to be above the law. So once you break the law, no matter how ignorant you are, you're still guilty. And I guarantee you, if an individual like Sarge would have been in Washington that day, all hyped up on adrenaline and fucking Trump flags or whatever they was doing up there that day, busted into the goddamn Capitol, he would be sitting right there in front of a judge right now with a charge, scratching his head saying, fuck, I didn't mean for this to happen. That's because you're in a cult. You're not gonna wake up until the fucking jail bar slam behind your ass or something hit you in the face and wake your ass up. You're not gonna wake up. That's why I have to discuss conversations with him about Kari Lake winning the Arizona election. That motherfucker crazy. She lost. Arizona has moved on with a new governor, and she's still trying to fight court battles. And now Sarge, this is what the fuck he said. He said because Arizona had a problem with their printers, possibly this is why Donald Trump lost the goddamn presidential election. I'm like, what, man? Yeah, this could have happened in the presidential election. Come on, man. You stupid. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I can't have a conversation with your dumb ass if you calling me and telling me because Kari Lake is arguing in Arizona about some felonious fucking claims that she's making about her election. That's how the 2020 election was stolen. I don't even know how the fuck you put that together, but he did. And he wanted to call and scream at me about it for some damn reason. You know, I get Sarge Hill. He's all right, though. He's entertaining. What else is going on? There's a whole lot going on. Elon Musk, guys. Fuck Elon Musk, okay? I told y'all I wasn't going to talk about that guy last week, but I'll give him a little bit of work today. Elon Musk is a racist. He's done turned Twitter into a white nationalist platform. And he's done screw that whole company up. Elon Musk, while they are fighting against tyrannical and dictators and all this kind of stuff, Elon Musk done turned this Twitter into some type of fucking Game of Thrones bullshit that he's in charge of. And he's kicking people off of Twitter. When he was screaming, the reason that he wanted to get Twitter is because they kicked Donald Trump off for violating the community guidelines. So he didn't like that. Donald Trump ain't nobody special. So that prompted him to go buy Twitter. And now that he's bought Twitter, he's allowing all kind of racist and all kinds of fucking anti-Semitic and all kinds of hate to just riddle Twitter. And ABC is wallowing in it. He loved it. He loved to be called a nigga by white people. ABC loved that shit. Sarge loved that shit. You know? But here's what I'm getting at. Is before Elon Musk, right? Twitter was a platform that has problems. That has some problems. Just like Instagram, just like TikTok, just like YouTube. They all got problems. They all got some problems, and there is some offensive material on there on each platform. You can go on YouTube right now and find some crazy shit. But my point is that company, that organization was doing what it could do to police whatever problems that they found. Hell, I know that firsthand because I get strikes all the goddamn time for saying the wrong shit on this channel, right? So they're doing what they could do. That's what Twitter was doing, trying to police people, say, don't say this on the platform. This is a violation of guidelines and all that kind of stuff. At least it was being regulated by the free market, if you will. And people was, they had boards and all that kind of stuff, and they would regulate shit, right? But Elon Musk takes over, and now it's just the fucking wild, wild west. It's the wild, wild west. He's running this damn platform into the ground. I got a Twitter account, but I don't even hardly get on there no more. I don't even want to see what the hell going on over there. So the other day I seen news that he was kicking journalists off the platform. And I was like, well, what the fuck is you kicking people off? Is this supposed to be the free speech platform? So I even gave him credit for that. I said, okay, well, he's going to make it the free speech platform. You can say whatever the hell you want to say over there. So I don't even want to be involved with no regulation on no platform like that, right? But now he's picking out people left and right who he don't like, and he's kicking it off of Twitter. And then the worst thing that he's done, this is bullshit, is that he's targeting certain, he's got this thing called the Twitter files, right? And this Twitter file thing is supposed to be exposing the left wing for being in cahoots with Twitter and all that kind of bullshit, right? So here's the problem with that. Is that when you're on these social media platforms, we do things publicly like this, right? But if I was to send the head of YouTube a private message, and the message and the conversation is just between you and me and that person at YouTube, I would expect that conversation would be fucking private, right? And I mean that's what I would expect out of this platform. I wouldn't expect the fucking YouTube to turn around and say, hey, look, everybody, this is what Tyrone sent me. But that's exactly what the hell Elon Musk is doing. Is that he's bought Twitter and he's going into private messages. Now that he owned the Twitter social media platform, he's going into private messages and he's sharing those private messages to the public in this thing called Twitter files. And I think that that's just bullshit. That's why I will never support Elon Musk. I will never support any of his fucking endeavors. Even though I am a tech guy and I love electric energy, I will never buy a Tesla. I will never support that Skylab bullshit. Whatever, the SpaceX, none of that shit that Elon Musk doing, because he's a fucking racist. He's a fucking racist. I don't give a shit what he do. He's a fucking racist. And I heard that, his whole Tesla idea didn't even come from him, because he had enough money to buy the thing from, just like Bill Gates did when he stole fucking MS-DOS, and that turned into Windows. But just like Bill Gates did when he stole MS-DOS, well, not stole, he bought MS-DOS from his college buddy for a cheap amount of money, and MS-DOS turned into Microsoft Windows, and Microsoft Windows blew the fuck up, and his buddy found that he got shitted because he sold the damn program for such a low amount. And now Bill Gates is one of the richest men in the world. It's almost the same thing that happened with Elon Musk whenever he got a hold of those electric cars. He bought that company and he just built it up, and everybody giving Elon Musk credit for creating the electric cars, and probably he don't even believe in fucking battery energy. Well, he got to now because hell, it made him rich. But my point is, he's an idiot, because obviously we can see how he runs his organizations through his purchase of Twitter and him allowing racists on the platform and him exposing people personal messages and all that kind of bullshit. So I'm going to promote I'm not even gonna say if he changes. I'm promoting the fuck them damn Teslas. Fuck them damn electric cars Elon Musk got. Shop at another damn car dealership that has electric cars. If you're going to buy electric, I can't fuck with Elon Musk because he's a fucking racist. He's a damn Trump supporter. If you support Donald Trump, you're a damn racist. That's just what it is. And yeah, he just gone down this path of destruction when it comes to Twitter. And of course, now that Elon Musk on Twitter, you're gonna have all kind of conspiracies and all that kind of bullshit on Twitter, and people is gonna be using Twitter as a damn valid source of information and all that kind of bullshit. When we know the owner bought it just to be biased, So fuck Twitter and fuck Elon Musk and fuck his damn cars. So you got that going on. I don't know what the hell else is going on. I told y'all about Sean Hannity and Vladimir Zelensky addressed the houses of Congress last night. Now listen, let me tell you, I gave y'all my opinion about the Ukraine, and I don't think those people should have to suffer the way they're suffering under the hands of Russia. I don't know why the rest of the free world is allowing that. And when I say the rest of the free world, I'm not including the United States, because we always stick our fucking nose in every goddamn thing. We stayed in Afghanistan for 20 goddamn years for no goddamn reason. Well, it was a reason, because they wanted the fucking poppy fields, and they selling people the pharmaceutical, that bullshit, so they can get you hooked on Oxycontin. That's my conspiracy. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just an opinion. But we stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years for no reason. So I don't think that we should go jumping head first in nobody else's war, right? But at the same time, why aren't these people stopping Vladimir Putin? Why it seems like it's okay for China and Iran and perhaps Turkey or whoever to support, and North Korea to support Vladimir Putin in this war, and let them just kill children, blow up cities, destroy a whole goddamn country, and let Vladimir Putin just do whatever the fuck he want to them people over there, and they're not doing anything, And Zelensky came over and he spoke to both houses of Congress last night. I watched his speech, and he's a tough cat, and without just looking at him from the perspective of a leader of a nation, especially one up under war right now, I think that he's doing the right thing by his people, and he's doing the right thing by trying to solicit help from the rest of the world and telling people exactly what the hell Vladimir Putin is doing over there. But at the same time, you have Sarge, Fox News, Republicans in this country that is supporting Vladimir Putin. I that's why I call Sarge comrade, because whenever the Republicans like Tucker Carlson and Fox News say shit, they follow it hook, line, and sinker. And Fox News don't like Vladimir Zelensky. And I'm assuming, this is just me, I don't know, ain't no reporting on it. I'm assuming because Donald Trump made that phone call to Vladimir Zelensky and told him that I'm not giving you no money unless you make a media statement against my political enemy, Joe Biden. And that got Donald Trump impeached for the second damn time. I'm thinking the Republicans are holding that against Vladimir Zelensky when they should be looking at that fucking orange idiot and telling him that he broke the law by trying to interfere and corrupt this election. That's why he got impeached anyway. But they won't do that. They will blame Vladimir Zelensky and all of his people getting killed over there. They will not support that man, in my opinion, because, Donald Trump made that phone call and tried to withhold military fucking funding from him so he would demonize Joe Biden. That's just my opinion. But at the same time, you'll hear SARS speak against Vladimir Zelensky. You'll hear ABC speak against Vladimir Zelensky. You hear all these right-wing fucking cult-following idiots take up the talking points and the mantle of not supporting Vladimir Zelensky. Here's the problem with that, is that when I joined the military, it was about fighting for freedom all over the world. fighting for democracy all over the world. If you found a democracy or a growing democracy, then you support that democracy because those people was free. They was not under a dictatorship, right? That was the general mindset when I was in the military, or that's how I was thinking. You didn't support dictators. It was always the red against the blue. We were the blue, Russia was the red, or China was the red. These autocracies or these dictatorships were always the enemy. When I was growing up, Russia was always the enemy. Russia has never been an ally, right? Even before, well, of course, even after Ronald Reagan told him to tear down the Berlin Wall or whatever, Russia has never been an ally. Now, what's throwing me for a loop is how the fuck Sarge don't know this, and he's a military vet. How the fuck ABC don't know this, and he's a fucking veteran? How the fuck he don't understand what the Cold War was about? Why are you supporting Vladimir Putin? How can you support Vladimir Putin when he stands in contradiction and opposite of everything America stands for? How can you even give that person 1 ounce of support? But that's what you hear coming from the Republican Party. Is this support for Vladimir Putin? I don't even know why that's in the dialogue. It makes no sense. Why are you saying that Vladimir Putin can't fight for a fucking democracy? Why are you saying the people of the Ukraine can't be free like the American people can be free? Why would you say that? And America got its own dirt on its fucking hand. Don't get me wrong. This ain't the best country on the goddamn planet, because they ain't got no business in Africa. They ain't got no business supporting the fucking Saudis in Africa. But I'm just trying to keep it fucking focused because I know where the hell people go. I'm just saying, with this fighting, this struggle in democracy in the Ukraine, how can you be on the other side of the conversation if you are an American? How can you even think that it's not okay for the Ukrainians to be free? How can you even think that anybody on this planet not supposed to be free? How can you sympathize with Vladimir Putin? That's crazy. And I seen comparisons from Fox News of Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky's, both of them named Vladimir. That's fucking me up. But Zelensky defending his borders and all that kind of bullshit, right? And then they say we're not defending the borders of America. Listen, your border policy in America is all about racism, right? And not only is it about racism, it's about this corrupt country dismantling and tearing apart the governments all over the world, including Central America. This is a real thing. The reason that those people are migrating from those countries is because America had a hand in tearing down their leadership. And now who's in charge of those countries are fucking goddamn warlords and fucking cartels and all this kind of, and them people don't want to stand there and be beheaded. So they leaving them damn countries. Because America put these fucking dictators in charge in those countries. Now, I'm not saying that you should be able to come into this country illegally. I'm saying that we should adhere to our rules, our immigration policies, but at the same time address the real cause of why this migration is happening. We're not even having the conversation about the migration and what's causing it. All y'all doing is demonizing families trying to get away from goddamn a country that is fucked up. That's what y'all doing. Y'all demonizing these people who have walked for miles, who have bared weather, rain, sleet, snow. Y'all looking at them people, those migrants, and y'all saying somehow or another they're the fucking problem. You're the problem because you disrupted those governments. John Bolton told you that what the fuck he did. He told you that he helped topple governments and cause coups in countries. Those were the fucking countries that he was talking about. And the results of it is you getting our southern border flooded with these goddamn migrants. But nobody won't talk about John Bolton's history. Ignorant ass. Sarge, fuck you. What's up, MJ? And East Coast. Sarge is an idiot. Let me see if there's anybody on here. Ain't nobody want to talk to me yet. So I'm gonna keep running out my mouth. That's what the fuck happened in these countries that that these migrants are coming from. Now I really wish that we could resolve this situation, but it's not going to get resolved with our constitutional laws right now. That's not what's going to happen. There's too many people migrating from these damn countries for the legal system to take care of them. I don't give a fuck what you say. Now, what needs to happen is somehow or another, the United States and other first world countries need to go to Central America and wherever these people are coming from and talk to those governments. That's where the change is going to get made. Whenever you start talking to those governments and saying treat them humanely and whatever, we'll fucking trade fucking tires with you or whatever the hell we need to do to get these Central American countries to fucking stop kicking their damn people out, that type of diplomacy needs to be taking place. Instead of saying, oh, what we gonna do with them now? Or let's get rid of Title 42. Or put them on a plane and put them in Martha Vineyard. That's stupid. But these are the leadership that we're looking at in this country right now. They're not even dealing with the fucking issues like real fucking leaders would. All you hear is complaint, and there is no action. There is no action. I'm not like the right wing by saying, immigrants is the problem. Nah, them motherfuckers just put my roof on in about 4 goddamn hours. And those are people. Those are humans. Those are humans. And I really wish that the situation was different to where they didn't have to run away from their damn country. But those people have families, they have children, and they need to be treated humanely, is my point. And to demonize them and somehow or another blame one political party or the other is stupid to me. Because Donald Trump didn't do shit about the fucking immigration problem. He did not do anything about the immigration problem. He lied about the immigration problem by making these lying promises about building some fucking wall that was supposed to keep all of these people out. That was a lie. So y'all ignoring the fact that Republicans ain't doing anything. As a matter of fact, let me show you what a Republican did. Ron DeSantis went to Texas, picked up some fucking illegal aliens, put them on a plane with taxpayer dollars, and dropped them off his Martha's Vineyard. That's not a fucking solution. That's not a solution. The governor of Texas, whenever they cross his border, he will fucking put them on a bus and send them somewhere else in the goddamn country and drop them the fuck off. That's not a solution. But that's how the Republicans are handling this thing. What I'm saying is that the federal government needs to go ahead and step up, have some type of diplomacy or talks with these other countries. I don't know. I know they're fucking dictators, and it's going to be kind of hard to sit down and etch out a deal with these people because they're going to kill who the hell they want to kill. They're going to behead who the hell they want to behead. But that's where the hard work comes in. That's why we pay you for this peace that we enjoying in this country and on this planet. That's why y'all getting my tax dollars to resolve situations like this. I don't want to pay you my tax dollars and I'm seeing babies getting kept in a goddamn cage. I don't want to pay you my tax dollars and I know at the southern border of the United States of America during this cold ass winter that somebody's going to freeze to goddamn death. That's just not something that I'm behind. All right, so I'll shut up. If you want to call in, you can call in to the number at 717-908-1834. And the access code is 917-3 324. And Sarge, since you in the chat room, I'm just gonna tell you what I didn't have a chance to tell you on the phone yesterday. Pay attention because you called me screaming about Kari Lake trial. I'm gonna say this slowly. And a matter of fact, I'm gonna type it in the chat room at the same time. So you will get this clearly about the case that's going on with Kari Lake. I'll make sure I get it right. You know, I can't spell. I'm a country boy. Okay, so listen, here it is. Kari Lake lost. Okay, so that's not even a conversation no more. It doesn't matter that you called and screamed in my ear for 20 minutes about some fucking trial. Kari Lake is not the governor of Arizona. She will never be. They will never find anything wrong with that election, and she lost. Okay, so that's a closed deal right there. She lost. There is nothing else to say about that. You dumb fucker. Oh golly, that man was so excited when he called me. You need to check out the Kari Lake trial. You need to check out the Kari. What I lie about, ABC? Kari Lake defeated in the government case. She lost. I'm trying to look and see what Kari Lake won. And all I see is she lost. She lost. Kari Lake, long shot lawsuit challenged her midterm elections. Yeah, I'm trying to see what the hell Sarge talking about. Hey, she lost. Okay, let me hit this unknown caller right here. Unknown caller, who's on the line?
All right, nigga, get the padding on your head and your helmet ready for this beat that I'm about to give you about the head and shoulders. You stupid son of a bitch who can't even crack a fucking history book.
Oh, God.
Now, just let me know when you're ready, because I ain't going to say another goddamn word until you say I'm ready, and you can leave me the fuck alone so I can blow you out the water.
All right, well, I'm going to put you on sideline for a second because I got to let Sister Lisa in here, okay? So you just calm down, okay? But listen, hold on. Before you go, sorry, don't start repeating no conspiracies, man. Just don't do that for me because we on YouTube. What's up, Sister Lisa? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Oh, hi, Tyrone. I wasn't even sure if I was in the queue. I think I left and came back and left. Anyway, you can hear me now.
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. How about you?
I'm all right. You got anything to put out? I know I was all over the place tonight, so I don't know where I landed at.
No. You good. If Sarge wants to say something, go ahead. He can go ahead.
Okay. Well, Sarge, what you got, brother? I'm gonna sit back.
All right, let's get one great big motherfucking historical distortion. I don't know what it is. Maybe you live in one of these alternate Marvel Comics universes. I don't know what you said, but you had to call me out like you do, being as ignorant as you are, and say I should know that Russia was never an ally of the United States because I'm a veteran. And you being a veteran, you know that that's true, that they never was an ally of the United States. Well, there was a country called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And one of those republics, so-called, and I put the word in quotes, was Russia. It was, in fact, the major constituent state of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. There was a man in history who you may have heard of called Adolf Hitler. He headed a country called Nazi Germany, the Third Reich. On June 22nd, 1941, Adolf Hitler invaded the Soviet Union in the greatest land battle in the history of mankind, the most titanic fighting ever seen before or since by any armies anywhere. And they almost defeated the Russians. But what kept them from defeat, from the very edge of defeat, was the Lend-Lease supplied by the United States government to the Russians. They supplied to the Russians, our allies in World War II, our most important ally, because they had the bulk of the German army, 80% of it, tied up on the Russian front. They gave them 400,000 jeeps and trucks, 14,000 airplanes, 8,000 tractors, 13,000 tanks, 1.5 million blankets, 15 million pairs of Army boots, 170,000 tons of cotton, 2.7 million tons of petrol products, 4.5 million tons of food, landing craft, boats, ships, and in total, the equivalent of $220 billion in today's money in aid. And not only that, the Soviet Union and the United States arranged to have bombing missions of the 8th Air Force land in Ukraine to coordinate bombing missions against Germany. They stocked those fields that the Russians provided with bombs and fuel, so when they bombed their primary targets in Germany, they could land in Ukraine, refuel, rearm, and bomb more targets on the way back to their air bases in England. Russia was a critical ally of the United States in World War II, the biggest war this country's ever fought. So, Tyrone, open a motherfucking history book and find it out for yourself. Now,
well, let me speak to that. Now, please don't cut me off, because I'm finna make you look like a damn fool. And what I want people to do is look at the screen, because Sarge have heard of this phrase before: "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Now, Sarge can't say that he hasn't heard of that, right? That doesn't mean that the United States and Russia were allies. I want y'all to pay attention. He say I don't read, but here it says right here in World War II. The idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend functioned in various guise as foreign policies by the allies of World War II in Europe, tensions with the comment between the U.S. the Western allies and the Soviet Union. Right there is telling you that they were not allies, but they had to come together to defeat Adolf Hitler. That doesn't mean that they was fucking allies. Despite their indifferences, they recognized the need to work together to beat the Nazi threat and Nazi aggression under the leadership of Adolf Hitler. Both U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt and the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill were wary of the Soviet Union under the leadership of Joseph Stalin. However, both developed policies with an understanding that the Soviet Union Corporation was necessary for the Allies' war efforts to succeed. Right there, he's saying that the United States and the Russians was allies when they wasn't. The only reason that they were supplying this equipment is to defeat fucking Hitler. So stop lying. You read a goddamn history book. I know where the fucking enemy of my enemy is my friend came from. Obviously you don't, idiot. You coming at the wrong motherfucker, Sarge. Okay? So stop it. Stop it. Okay? All right. Good Lord.
Are you finished now?
I'm done.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
You are done. You're done. I'm going to put a fork in your ass now, nigga, and you're going to really be done. Now, let me finish saying so. So you're going to explain to me realpolitik, which is what you're describing. You know, realpolitik, there's a term for it. Look that up. That's another little egg in your education that you seen the black when you went to college. Realpolitik does not negate the idea of alliances. The alliances which the United States entered into were formal ones conducted on a diplomatic level. No, we didn't like the communists.
Okay.
No, we didn't trust them.
The
And they didn't like us either, and they hated our guts too. That didn't mean that they still weren't allies, no matter how reluctant, no matter how uneasy, because they conducted formal treaties during the war to include what they would do when elements of the United States First Army and elements of the 69th Guards Tank Army met each other on the Elbe River, and they embraced, and they had all kind of propaganda photographs of smiling American troops and smiling Russian troops embracing each other, dancing together, taking the female Russian soldiers, having a big old party, everybody celebrating that the Allies, and that's what they used. The words they used were the Eastern and Western Allies have met on the Elbe River to cut the Third Reich in two. I mean, I swear to God, man, you must have gone to college. Now, look, let's not waste any more time on this.
Yeah,
you're
because
a blockhead. Hey, look, well, you're going to be a blockhead. You can be a blockhead all you want, okay? I got the pictures. I'm looking right now at Lieutenant Simpson meet with a Russian lieutenant, and they're hugging each other, okay? An American soldier and a Russian soldier. And all the governments on both sides are encouraging this because guess what? We were formerly allies. No matter how much we really hated each other, or the United States and Russia hated each other at the time, they were still allies. They cooperated actively in the war together to defeat a common enemy. That is the definition of an alliance. What do you think happened with the war? What do you think they got together with Prussia? Britain got together with Prussia to defeat Napoleon. They didn't like the Prussians either. Stupid.
Okay.
All right,
Listen.
let me go to the next thing,
Go ahead.
okay? Look, let me go to the next thing here about Kerry Lake and his trial.
Oh, God.
I
Well,
know
be
that
careful.
formally he's lost the election, but once again, like you always do, being a blockhead and a stooge for the Democrats, you're ignoring all of the evidence that was revealed in his trial. You're just going to ignore it. You don't care because you're glad she lost. And as long as she lost, it doesn't matter how she lost or what the methods were, because of course it was, if you thought it was being done against black people, this kind of election was done against black people, you would have no problem whatsoever with howling foul. You'd be hollering foul up one side and down the other. If you saw what was revealed in this trial, what was said by the experts, who was not even controverted in the trial. It's just amazing me what you're willing to ignore.
Okay, so hold on.
If it's your side that's doing the dirty work.
Okay, so hold on. As a matter of fact, Sarge, I did watch the trial, and I watched a part of the trial where Kerry Lake's attorneys asserted that this lady named Betty, was an election official.
That wasn't the major finding of the trial, and you know.
You know they
No, for God's sake, Tyrone. Why don't you say what the major finding of the trial was? With the election ballots being resized so they on a PDF file from the improper size for which the PDF file was designed, so they couldn't be read by the tabulating machine, which the security experts said could only be done by an administrator at the administrative level in a conscious decision. It could not have been done accidentally. And it was only done in Republican precincts.
Okay, so
That was the major finding of the trial, Tyrone, not this shit about Betty.
Okay, well, the reason that I'm talking about Betty, because it goes to the credibility of the
That's
attorney.
all you got.
Because it goes to the credibility of the attorneys that Kerry Lake got representing her. I know you don't want to hear this story about Betty, but Betty tells you a lot about who's representing Kerry Lake. And Betty was supposed to be this election official that actually did something to confirm, or there was a text message or a voicemail left by Betty, and that was supposed to have been put into evidence, and come to find out that Betty didn't know the damn people, and Betty was an election official, and they had to fucking withdraw fucking Betty name from the goddamn witness goddamn list or whatever the hell. My point being is if you're an attorney and you're representing the case and you can't get that right, everything else you're saying is fucked up. So whatever the
Well,
hell
I tell you what, then they better destroy that evidence by that expert witnesses and others about the methods with which the evidence was kept and the failure of chain of custody. That's far more important than fucking Betty.
Okay,
The
so
chain of custody and the rules of the laws of Arizona with regard to elections were not maintained. That was also not controverted.
okay, so the
Betty is irrelevant to all of those things. Take Betty away. That was an issue that wasn't proved. But what was proved was that election law was violated and that the very mechanism that they conflated of spoiled ballots, real valid ballots, and ballots that could not be tabulated, and they put them all together in a duffel bag. They didn't separate them. They didn't keep the chain of custody with the envelope so they could verify envelope signatures. They didn't do anything they were supposed to do. And they did it in the red precincts in Maricopa County.
okay,
And
so
you're just going to ignore that again, talk about fucking Betty all night long. Be my guest. But we know what was revealed, Tyrone, whether you want to admit it or not. We know the truth now.
okay, so hold on. Was nothing was revealed because the court case is still going on. Okay, let's get that straight.
I mean, nothing was revealed. It was said under oath. If they lied, then that man is subject to perjury charges. That's the point of putting people under. Doesn't mean they're telling the truth. It means that if they're lying, they can be held legally accountable for it. That's the value I put on sworn testimony. Not that they're telling the truth by just going under oath. That don't mean a damn thing if they're lying. What it means is they can be held accountable under the law for lying under oath. Now, you showed that man that was revealed. You just said it wasn't. It was how the fuck could I be talking about if it wasn't revealed?
Okay, so
And you don't even know English. We'll go back and read a dictionary, though, as well as a history book.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that the trial is not over. And guys, pay attention to the chat room. To look right here. This is Arizona Central. Kerry Lake day 2 election trial wraps up. Judge to decide. I'm saying that the judge haven't decided anything. And right here, over this damn paragraph, day 1 of the trial, no evidence of misconduct in the first day of the Kerry Lake election trial. So what I'm trying to tell you, Sarge, is nothing was revealed, and it won't be until the judge makes his decision. If you let me complete my thought.
Listen to me. I don't even expect the election to be overturned. I don't expect that he's got the guts to do the right thing or to invoke Arizona law and overturn elections as prior fraudulent elections in Arizona have been. I don't expect that to happen. All I want is the truth about what they did to come out, and it has. I'll be satisfied with that. Now, if I get the election overturned, or rather, if the election is overturned, not if I get it, I ain't doing shit to get it overturned, but if it does get overturned, then that'll just be a bonus. What I want is how they rigged this election and made it come out the way they did, like they probably did in at least 4 or 5 other states.
Okay, like I
said. Now, that's what I'm glad to see that they did, and that came out in the trial, no matter what the judge rules.
Okay, well, like I said, that wasn't revealed in the trial so far. So if that does get revealed, I would be more than happy to say yes. That was
no, it's the verdict. It was revealed. The judge might put it all aside as irrelevant, as it is wont to do.
So that's what I'm saying.
The judge can do that. The judge doesn't have to issue a verdict in favor of the plaintiff.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say...
Well, but the fact is, it came out. Then now that we have this testimony of these experts, these cyber experts, we can now use the scientific method to confirm his analysis. So that has been revealed. You don't know what the scientific method is because you don't believe in Western civilization, but I do. Okay, I know that when you put a hypothesis forward, you can then apply the scientific method to it to test it. So it doesn't matter to me what this judge rules.
Oh, okay, so it should.
What matters now is that we have the information to confirm our beliefs.
No, that doesn't work. Listen.
All we got to do is get now is get the records that the state of Arizona has.
Okay, Sarge, you're rambling on. So shut up. You didn't even give me a chance to talk. This is what Sarge just said. It doesn't matter what the judge rules. That's what he just said. So what is the point of the trial? What is the point of Kerry Lake bringing up this felonious fucking charge of voter misconduct or whatever the hell she's saying? So if you're not going to go off the judge's ruling, then why the hell are we even having this conversation? You just want to put Kerry Lake forward just like you want to put Donald Trump forward and say, ooh, she's the fucking queen. She won anyway because they cheated. And that's bullshit. That's what's wrong with you fucking cult following idiots. Is that if you're not going to follow the fucking rule of law, what is the point of having this conversation? If you're not going to look at this damn day 1 hearing and find no misconduct was found in Maricopa County, what is the point of me even talking to you? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. You're going about these fucking witnesses, right? And witness testimony can be flawed, but you're based off of a witness. You're saying because this witness said A, B, or C, that proves your point. No, it doesn't. The judge have not slammed his fucking gavel and said, this is my goddamn decision about this entire trial. You want to go ahead and make a predetermined outcome based on, I don't know what the fuck you're basing it on. Some bullshit, her claim, I guess. But this is not the way the fucking legal system works. This is why you running around making these false claims about these goddamn elections because you done lost sense of what the fuck the damn Constitution does. You don't know anything about law anymore. You don't know anything about a damn court's decision. You don't know anything about justice. You just know if your sides make a claim, then that claim is automatically true. And that's bullshit, Sarge. Why are we even talking if you're not going to give the judge his due fucking credit and whenever he makes
Tyrone, I'm going to explain to you why. Listen to me, blockhead. Crack open, take the wax out, and listen real close. I'm not a plaintiff in this case. Kerry Hobbs, not Sarge, is suing to overturn the results of the election and or get a new election. That's what she is doing. Now, since she is doing that, I can look at what is being revealed in the trial in the form of testimony. Now, for my purposes, I said I'm speaking to me. You got to remember, when I speak here, I ain't speaking for nobody but me. I'm not speaking for Kerry Hobbs. I'm not speaking for her campaign. I'm not speaking for a re-election. Kerry Lake. I'm not speaking for her a campaign or whatever. I hope she wins, but I'm speaking for me. I have now seen the evidence that makes me understand how the election was probably stolen based on sworn witness testimony and comparing it with the empirical evidence that I can obtain.
Okay.
Okay? That's how you do real police work.
Okay, so hold on for a
So
minute.
now that I'm able to do that, I can say, for Sarge, it makes no difference whether this judge finds for the plaintiff, Kari Lake, or not.
Okay.
I understand what they did. And all of us who believe in restoring election integrity know what we have to do to ensure that it doesn't happen in other places.
Okay, so hold on, because I got another caller, and I'm glad you clarified that, because like I said, it's useless having this damn conversation, because whether it matters to you or not don't mean shit. It really don't. What it matters to is the people of of Arizona and whoever the fucking constituents is in whatever election, and whether the fucking system worked or not, whether it matters to Sarge or not, because you're one of the people running around here yelling that Trump won. So I'm glad you clarified that we're only having this conversation to convince your dumb ass of misdoings in this election, because it don't matter then. That's what the fuck I just said. Who's this unknown caller?
Yo, it's
I'm not the only one who believes it. You better believe Sarge ain't alone.
Okay, it don't matter. You and your group of idiots can believe whatever the fuck y'all want to believe. Who is this, man?
It's ABC.
What's up, Abe? Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. We got another one.
Yeah,
what's
I can't
that?
stay on too long. But what's on? So, just one thing about that whole Kari Lake thing. You said, you just told Sarge that we won't know because it's still ongoing and the judge hasn't made a decision, right?
Right.
Is that what so you just said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then why do you keep calling it a lie that that the election was stolen? We don't know. So why you keep saying that it's a lie and that it's some bullshit? We don't know. It ain't over yet.
Okay. So I'm going to answer you, because since I've been 18 years old of voting age, I've been going through this election process, right? And no point in time in history before Donald Trump has any of these elections been questioned. Plus, the biggest thing to tell you why I'm saying it's a lie is because you now have a new governor of fucking Arizona. She's in charge now. There was two candidates in the damn race. One won and one lost. All of these election fraud claims that you guys are making has not came to fruition at any point in time. All these cases that you guys see is getting shot down in court. There has never been proof of any fucking election integrity or any 2,000 Mules or any of that dumb shit that you cult following niggas have been following. So yes, it's a fucking lie. Kari Lake is a fucking blurry background having idiot for running around here wasting taxpayer money, having this goddamn trial because she's going to fucking lose again. Do you understand that? That's why. Okay?
I understand you're full of shit. Your people, you said there's never been any of this stuff until Trump came in office.
Yeah.
Well, who started that?
Donald Trump.
He got elected. He got elected, and your people, took him to trial. They had all kind of hearings and all kind of shit. They said for 3 years that he was what's the word? He was not elected right or something. I forget the word, the way they said it. But they made that a campaign for 3 years. So if anybody started it, it's your side, it's your people. But I ain't really even trying to say.
No, you're gonna have to wait right there because you're a dummy. Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. The first impeachment was Donald Trump interfering or having interfered with an investigation with firing James Comey and all that kind of bullshit, right? But nobody didn't say that he was the president. Didn't say that he didn't win the election.
They all said it. What are you talking about? They said he was I forget the term, is unelected or some shit like that. That's all that they said. Why are you lying, man? Why do you have to lie? Don't make up shit. Just if
Okay.
you're gonna
Well,
give your
I'm trying
side,
to
be honest
tell
about it.
you tried to tie the impeachment to people saying that Trump
I didn't
wasn't.
even say impeachment. I
Yes, you
just
did.
said that they was going against the whole and that they had hearings for years, for 3 years on this stuff. That's all I said. I didn't even get
Okay,
into
so
the
see, that's what
impeachment.
I'm saying is you don't understand what the hell you're saying, and it's right here on the screen for you guys. Trump impeachment came after the formal House inquiry found that he solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election to help his election re-election bid by telling itself to ignore the subpoenas and documents and testimony. It's all right here on fucking goddamn Wikipedia. That was his first impeachment when it came to the Zelensky phone call. Whenever he tried to get Vladimir Zelensky, I just went over this shit to interfere in the election. That was his first impeachment. His second impeachment was when he tried to overthrow the goddamn government. So it didn't have anything about him being the president or winning the fucking 2016 election. He was the goddamn president of the United States of America. Nobody questioned that election. Nobody said that he didn't win. They wanted Hillary to win, but Donald Trump went as far as to say that night of the election to stop the fucking vote count. So right there, you seen some fraudulent shit going on. Then he went
You
as far
talking
as
about the
wait, shut
current
up,
election.
shut up.
We
He
talking
went as
about when he
far.
got
Shut the
elected.
fuck
You
up.
trying to
He
mix
went.
up two
Shut
different
up. I'm
things.
not trying to. I'm trying to show
You're
you
a
the difference.
liar, man.
I'm trying to show you the difference
You're a liar.
between election people cheating on the election. He went and hired all these goddamn electoral college fucking count voters or whatever the fuck to sign these documents and send them to goddamn Washington so Mike Pence can replace the real electors with these fake electors. That is cheating in a goddamn election. So you don't see this shit in Arizona. You didn't see it in 2016. And the first time it ever happened was at Donald Trump's 2020 election. That's just a fact. So I hope you understand that now.
Now you making it about the 2020 election. I'm talking about when he first got hired and beat Hillary. They said he was not elected right. I forget how they put it. There was a word for it. I can't think of it. But they spent 3 years going at him, saying that it was time where Russia helped him all shit. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. I ain't even talking about the 2020 election.
I got you. Go ahead.
But enough of that shit. I ain't even trying to say
No, we need to talk about this because we need to clear it up. Because yes, they did say Russian colluded with him and all that kind of bullshit.
And it went on for three.
Here's the point: is that there was no court cases going on to say that he didn't win the election. Do you understand that?
Man, I don't care. I'm saying you talking about people questioning the election. Y'all act like it's a crime to question the election. I question that shit. Fuck these people. What is wrong with y'all, man? We can't even have an opinion no more. You act like it's a crime. But the fact of the matter, you said that wouldn't nobody question these elections until Trump came along. Well, the ones that questioned it was all those Democrats. And y'all questioned that Russia colluded and we're going to do some investigations on this shit. There ain't nothing come from this shit. But look, again, forget all that stuff.
Okay.
My point with you, man, is they need to tear up that Constitution and we're going to do all of this and fuck America and all this shit. Now, you the super patriot and shit and going around talking, he broke this law and he's un-American. I done heard you say anti-American tonight more than I done heard for all the years since you've been doing this shit. 5, 6, 10 years, whatever it is. All of a sudden, you crying about, somebody's anti-American and they doing this and that and it's unpatriotic and they tried to do this to the Constitution or tried to do this to the government. And you won't even acknowledge. You keep talking about Ray Epps as a conspiracy theory and the shit's fucking on video. But you don't want to talk about it. You just want to talk about these people that tried to do an insurrection and all this stupid shit. Man, what happened to you, man? Now you Mr. Patriot for the left.
Okay, so hold on. Listen, I am a 20-year Army vet. I served this country for 20 goddamn years. When I started talking on BTR, it was about black justice, equality in this damn country. You guys got so triggered by the fact that I was questioning the Constitution that y'all didn't even hear what the fuck I said. I said that the Constitution need to be ripped the fuck up and redone and rewritten to so everybody can be treated equally on there. All y'all hear is I said the Constitution need to be ripped up. That's all the fuck you just repeated because you're not listening to every fucking thing I say. So I want to be clear. The Constitution, because I am an American, I served this goddamn country. I served up under this goddamn flag. I live here. I was born here. My fucking ancestors are from here. There is no other fucking place on this planet where I fucking live. I said this Constitution is racist and it needs to be ripped the fuck up and rewritten so everybody can get treated equally in it. That's what the fuck I said. So whenever you're repeating what the fuck I say, repeat the entire thing. I didn't say fucking like you're alluding to, ooh, we should do away with the Constitution. So that means we should make Trump king. What the fuck is wrong with you? We need fucking laws in this goddamn country. What the fuck? Where the fuck y'all coming from with that dumb shit?
What you did when you talked about the Constitution, all this shit, is you attacked the government, said all this shit was racist, and all this stuff that needs to be torn up. And all you do for the past 5-10 years is complained about the government and the laws and everything, everybody's racist and all this kind of stuff. So what did I just say? Well, you said that, but you focused it just on the Constitution as if you ain't made these claims or complaints against the government. Now, all of a sudden,
but what did I just say?
I don't know what you just said. I don't know.
I said the Constitution needs to be ripped the fuck up, threw away, wipe your ass with it, and redone to so everybody can be treated equally. That's what I just said. Okay. Do you understand that?
So yeah. So what you're saying? What I'm trying to do is make sure that it's clear that you condemned all of this shit. And you said that all of it's fucked up. The government's fucked up, the Constitution, all this kind of stuff. And you complain about it. Everybody's racist and all this stuff. Now you all Mr. Law-abiding and complaining because somebody went against a law that you say is fucked up because the government's all fucked up. All of it's bullshit. But now all of a sudden you mad at Trump or whoever these right-wing people are saying that they breaking laws and all this kind of stuff. Like you Mr. Super Patriot and shit. It's just bullshit, man.
According to you, with your view of how I'm supposed to be, I'm not supposed to say anything when somebody violates the Constitution. Is that what you're saying? Is that supposed to be my stance?
You can say whatever you want to say. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out how you full of shit. I'm just pointing out how you full of shit because it's convenient. It's convenient for you because right now you hating on Trump and you hating on Republicans. You're just a partisan. Sarge is a partisan for the right. You're a partisan for the left. But you're a super partisan. Well, both of y'all super partisans. But you won't even listen to anything that's being said on the other side. You just attack on the right. And then at the same time, at the same breath, you're yelling about how racist and fucked up the country is and you can't trust none of them and everybody's all of this and shit. But then you want to defend it because Trump did something that you don't like.
Okay, you're right. I will not ever support the Republican Party the way it is. I will never even support Trump. And here's why. And this is recent news. Trump just had dinner at the former president of the United States of America, guys, the leader of the free fucking world, the person who was in charge of the Constitution to support and defend this goddamn democracy from all enemies, just had fucking dinner with a fucking white racist nationalist, Nick Fuentes, in his home, sitting at his fucking table with a racist, a person that I would like to see not around no more. Anybody that's supporting Nick Fuentes or eat fucking steaks with him, they can go to fucking hell. So you're absolutely right. I will never support Donald Trump because he's showing his fucking hand now. Like I've said the entire time, he's a fucking racist and I cannot stand racist. What the fuck ever you saying is trying to say that I'm partisan or whatever the fuck, I don't give a shit. Trump is a goddamn racist. He had dinner with Nick Fuentes and fucking goddamn Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon and not only that, for his rally, guys, on January the 6th, white racists are going to jail for his rally. The Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, all of those people are racist and they're going to jail for a Trump rally. What the fuck is you talking about?
If you care about it, why don't you yell about Ray Epps? He was out there.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is, listen to me, and you know that Ray Epps got this channel flagged. We're not going to talk about Ray Epps on YouTube, ABC.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So go ahead, Sarge.
All right, look here, man. You've been talking all this mess now about elections and all that. Well, I'm going to remind you about one that's going now to a hearing decision before the United States Supreme Court. And you know, have you ever heard of the United States Supreme Court? It's the only court mentioned in Article 3 of that Constitution you hate so much. Okay? That's what the Supreme Court is. It's called Brunson versus Adams. And Brunson versus Adams is a lawsuit against Biden, Harris, former Vice President Pence, and 385 members of Congress for breaking their oath of office by voting against the proposition that came from members of Congress to investigate the claims that there were enemies of the Constitution who successfully rigged the election. Now listen to me, Tyrone. That does not mean it's about fraud, because strictly speaking, it isn't about election fraud. The suit is about the failure of Congress to do their duty as they did in 1876. That's why I got to keep bringing this up, because you are historically ignorant and dumb, and the Supreme Court is going to take notice of what happened in 1876. What happened in 1876 was similar complaints were made, and Congress formed a commission to investigate the complaints. Here, they got these complaints and did no investigation. Now, both lawsuits, Brunson versus Adams, are about the defendants breaking their oath of office to swear and affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Excuse me. And the question asks, how can you support and defend the Constitution when you don't investigate credible claims of fraud? If there are claims that there is a threat, if you don't believe there's a threat, you investigate. How else can you determine if there's a threat unless you investigate? You can't. Were the claims of a threat to the Constitution by people situated to do so? Yes. Where did these serious claims come from? 100 members of Congress. What was the threat? That there were enemies of the Constitution who successfully rigged the 2020 election. Is this lawsuit about a rigged election? No. It's about the members of Congress who voted against the investigation, thereby thwarting the investigation. Was this a clear violation of their oath? Yes. And what is the relief they are seeking? Because you have to have a relief you're seeking to bring a case before the Supreme Court. The relief they're requesting is that the defendants be permanently removed from office and not allowed to hold a public office again. That is called the Quo Warranto decision. Now, I don't think it has much chance of succeeding, but the point of the matter is that they are giving it a hearing to determine if it should move forward, and that is important.
Okay, so I'm going to put you
on. They did it in 1976. They didn't ignore it.
You said
this Brunson. Congress decided to ignore it.
You said Brunson versus Adams, right?
Look it up. Don't believe me. Brunson versus Adams.
Okay. And Brunson versus Adams. Hold on for a second. I'm looking at it. Sorry, you know you ain't dealing with no Rudy Poo here.
Damn, nigga, I want you to look up. What did I told you for?
Okay.
Kid, I know it's in the Supreme Court, and they're considering whether to grant it certiorari.
Okay.
So they either will or they won't. It only takes 4 members of the court.
You're over talking me. It looked like the judge was Bobby R. Baldock, circuit judge, right? So in a lower court, guys, y'all look at the screen. I'm not even see Sarge. Listen, there's a habit from Republicans and people like Sarge to get hyped up whenever these people lose in lower courts, and the case goes to the Supreme Court. They think that they making headway, but it got thrown out of the goddamn lower court right here. We got dismissed from this Brunson Appeals District Court's dismissal action due to lack of jurisdiction. Listen, I don't know what the fuck wrong with Sarge, but he's picking up these stupid ass cases that probably, he just said it himself, it's probably not even going to be even heard in the goddamn Supreme Court. So why are we discussing it now? It don't have any goddamn merit. The claim that Sarge saying that they didn't hold up to the Constitution or didn't do their Constitution is bullshit because it got thrown out of goddamn court. So what the fuck is we talking about? And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to ABC and Sarge following these conspiracy fucking nuts on social media, repeating dumb shit like this that don't even have any goddamn merit. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. It's a waste in the judicial system when they could be spending more time doing some shit that is really relevant. This shit that Sarge is talking about right now don't even fucking matter. The person in this conversation that did not live up to their goddamn constitutional duties is Donald Trump on January the 6th, when he took an oath to support and defend the goddamn Constitution, and he sit on his fat ass and watch motherfuckers attack the goddamn Capitol and didn't do a goddamn thing about it. He's the commander and fucking chief. He's the one that's supposed to call out the military to stop that invasion on January the fucking 6th from these white racist Republican radicals that took over the goddamn Capitol. And he did not do a goddamn thing. So now Sarge is pulling up some bullshit case to say somebody didn't fucking live up to their fucking oath of office. Sarge, stop. Next, please.
You're on a soapbox. Hey, look.
Negro, you said the wrong. You misstated shit again.
Hold on. Let me. I forgot all about Elisa. Hold on. I'm sorry, Elisa, but
No,
they got
that's
me
okay.
riled up.
No, that's fine. Tyrone, this is such a waste of time, what you're doing.
It is.
You know that, right?
It is.
It is. Okay.
Information is definitely a waste of time when you don't agree with it. First of all, there are two identical lawsuits. The first one that was filed by Lloyd Brunson is held up in the Utah federal court.
Okay,
It hasn't been thrown out.
I want to move
It hasn't been thrown out. You just missed the. Why you gotta tell people wrong shit because you don't know nothing?
I want to move on.
It hasn't been thrown out. It's being held up. It hasn't been arrived at a decision yet. The second one was filed by Raylan J. Brunson, which did make it to the Supreme Court. There are two identical lawsuits at issue here, but since you don't know shit and don't want to take the time to find out, you just mistake shit.
It doesn't
matter.
matter.
Hand behind you and YouTube tie our hands behind our back. We can't speak on certain stuff because it's against the rules, but you can make these claims all day long because you're on the right side. That's the way the world works right now. It ain't just you, but that's the way your team works. You know, stop everybody else from being able to say something, but you can say whatever.
What are you talking about?
So this was
No,
a
I'm saying
comment to another
you can't talk about that
video,
one guy who's
and
out
I've
there
been hearing a lot about this
directing everything.
case. A lot of Trumpers are bringing this
but
to
you
my
keep bringing it
attention.
up.
Wait a
You
minute,
keep bringing
hold
it
on
up
for
as
a
direct.
minute,
And
ABC.
they think that this is going
Yeah,
to
no, she can go ahead. I'm
overturn the
finished.
2020
We're gonna hear
election.
this. Hold on.
Is that true? Let's take a look. The case they're referring to is actually Brunson versus Adams. Mr. Brunson from Ogden, Utah, filed an action in Utah State Court alleging that there was fraud in the 2020 election and that the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Mike Pence and all the Democrats in Congress had not investigated it, and therefore that was an act of war against the Constitution.
Tyrone,
The U.S.
if
attorney
you're
then
playing
removed the
something,
case
we
from
can't
the
hear
State
it.
Court of
Oh, I'm
Utah to the Federal District Court in
Yeah. Okay. So what I did was I went down this rabbit hole that Sarge is claiming, and there's a whole bunch of conspiracy videos out there, and I was playing one of them, but you guys can't hear it on the line, so I'm not even gonna do it. So, anyways, I want to move past the Raylan versus Brunson thing because it's bullshit. It don't even matter. It don't even hold water. I don't even know why we even talking about that. We had an election, guys, and we got a new president of the United States. Arizona had an election, and Kari Lake lost. I mean, that's it. Kari Lake it's well within her rights to challenge the election, and she's doing so. But anybody with common sense that knows how our election system works knows that it's a felonious lawsuit, and she's going to lose. And that's the position that I'm taking. These guys are somehow or another under the impression because somebody fight the system or fight the man or file a lawsuit that somehow or another they're vindicated in their efforts, and that's just not the way it works. You know, that's the same attitude that was going on in the 2020 election because these guys was fighting the system or fighting whatever. They thought that they was vindicated so much so that they attacked the goddamn Capitol. That's just not the way the election works. And for these grown ass 50-year-old men on this goddamn phone and have voted all of these years somehow or another to be programmed to think that the election system is different now, or that the Democrats can control certain aspects of the election to make it go in their favor. That is not what's happening. As a matter of fact, what happens is the Republicans, through gerrymandering and voter restriction and all of this kind of stuff, are actually trying to damn manipulate the system. We see that. We see that. I showed y'all evidence after evidence how Republicans voted multiple times in elections. Donald Trump's chief of staff from North Carolina. He voted in North Carolina and then he voted in Virginia. I mean, they cheat in elections all the time, but they don't never get called out for that shit. These guys somehow or another miss it that these Republicans are actually cheating. And Rudy Giuliani lost his fucking law license for these same claims. Trump attorneys that is making these claims have to also now get attorneys because of their fucking claims. They went to the court, I think over 60 times with these claims. There was no evidence of any of these claims that we're having on this show right now. So I don't even know why they're trying to convince me of some goddamn conspiracy. I'm the last one that y'all should be trying to convince of these goddamn conspiracies that y'all pushing. Y'all know that. I think we're doing this just for entertainment. So I hope y'all entertained. And I'm gonna let Elisa get in there. I don't know where we at now, Lisa, but you know, go ahead.
I'm just gonna read these. Let me just read this article, which might help, because a lot of the American people, MAGAs, regular conservatives, Democrats, whomever, they were fed a bunch of lies and a lot of them fell for it because they were looking for something to believe in, to follow. Fox News' Sean Hannity says he knew all along Trump lost the election.
Perfect.
Fox News star Sean Hannity, one of former President Donald Trump's strongest allies, on the air and one of his closest advisors of it, admitted under oath that he never believed the lie that Trump was cheated of victory in 2020 presidential election by a voting tech company. That stands in contrast to what played out on some of Fox's biggest shows, including Hannity. On television, Fox News host stars and guests amplified and embraced such wild and false claims made by Trump. Its campaign lawyers and surrogates presenting them to millions of viewers. Hannity, at the top of Fox News executive who oversees primetime programs, told a different story about Trump's false claims and fraud under oath and in front of attorneys during a separate deposition in a $1.6 billion defamation suit. While the depositions happened in August, their statements emerged yesterday in Delaware Superior Court hearing relating to the series of motions by the two sides of the case. Sean Hannity, quote, "I did not believe it for 1 second," Hannity testified. According to an attorney for Colorado-based Dominion Voting System who was offering its precise quote. Lee Cooper, Fox News Executive Vice President, confirmed under oath she never believed the lies about Dominion. The Dominion attorney, Stephen Shackelford Jr., also said. Tucker Carlson, he tried to squirm out of it at his deposition, Shackelford added, and then alluded to Fox News star text from November and December 2020 when Judge Eric Davis cut Shackelford off. Those sworn interviews took place during what is called the discovery phase of the case in preparation for a trial, which is scheduled in April. Hannity gave airtime to Alexis falsehoods. He says he didn't believe Dominion Voting Systems sued against Fox News and its parent company, Fox Corp, is a rolling network of corporation and the Murdoch family that controls them both. Dominion alleges that it was unjustly damaged by the false claims that its machines were intentionally rerouting Trump's votes to Biden. Those claims were broadcast on conservative media, most predominantly Fox News, after the election night. Dominion alleges that the concerted effort from the top to the bottom of Fox win back viewers after the network was the first to project the key swing state of Arizona for Biden. Trump denounced Fox, and millions of his supporters abandoned the network that month. The Murdochs and Fox stood by the call of Arizona. As NPR first reported, Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott warned colleagues, "We can't give the crazies an inch." And yet Hannity was among those who gave airtime to Trump's claims. On November 30th, 2020, for example, he invited Trump campaign attorney Sidney Powell on his program for a one-on-one interview. By then, She had tied together Trump's boogeyman, as the Daily Beast noted in a write-up, including the dead Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez, liberal philanthropist George Soros, communist Chinese money, and the CIA. Hannity and Fox host Jeanine Pirro were among those network stars who gave Powell valuable minutes to allege that the voting machine software was designed to hand over Trump's votes to Biden, and affirming her frustration that Democrats would not aid her efforts for more information about Dominion's machine. The Fox star Maria Bartiromo promoted the lies in an interview with Trump, his first on television after the election. Lou Dobbs returned to the topic repeatedly. Dobbs left Fox Business after Smartmatic filed its lawsuit. Insights that could help Dominion build its case against Fox. A brief insight into those key Fox figures during recent depositions echoed an early disclosure. First reported by NPR, a junior producer had emailed colleagues shortly after the 2020 election, begging them to keep Fox star Pirro from repeating lies, and she had pulled from the Crackpot Conspiracy Theory website. To win in court, Dominion must build a defamation case showing Fox stars and decision makers knew these claims of election fraud were lies, but let them be broadcast anyway, or were negligent in disregarding strong warning signs. The remarks by Hannity and Cooper appear to help the voting tax firm legal team construct this case. Hannity made similar remarks saying Trump had lost in private sex with his final White House chief of staff, Mark Meadows. In this instance, however, Hannity was sworn under oath that he never believed any of the former president's claims. Fox says the allegations were about an inherently newsworthy event, the election made by an inherently newsworthy source, the sitting president. It argues the case in an effort of free speech principles, and it appears to be readying a defense in part based on convincing a jury that Dominion cannot prove intent on Fox's part or the financial harm to the firm's claims. Testimony given under oath during this discovery process is not available to the public, including depositions of top stars, executives, and Murdoch themselves. Other documents are sealed or redacted, which means certain words, sentences, even paragraphs or pages are blacked out and unreadable by the public. Judge Davis warned that the fact some material may be embarrassing is not enough to keep it out of the public's eye. Even so, Fox News won the right yesterday to keep some documents sealed, despite arguments advanced by Dominion's legal team. During yesterday's nearly 3-hour-long hearing, attorneys also debated whether Smartmatic, another voting tech company and competitor of Dominion, could intervene in the case. Smartmatic is seeking access to access some of these heavily redacted confidential documents to potentially use it in its own defamation case against Fox, filed in New York court 2021. That case is not far along in the legal process. It's Dominion. Judge Davis dismissed Smartmatic's request. In order issued today, Davis combined the two technically separate but parallel cases Dominion has brought against Fox News and Fox Corp in Delaware. The judge also addressed concerns raised by Dominion that Fox News and Fox Corp has failed to share materials it needs to make the case. Judge Davis compelled Fox News, Fox Corp to produce all material that is required to its discovery by January 9th, and the corporate representatives and attorney for each will have to certify that it has shared everything necessary. Fox Corp boss, Langford Murdoch, his son, already sat for a deposition in Los Angeles. His father and the media empire founder, Rupert Murdoch, was scheduled to be deposed over 2 consecutive mornings earlier this month, but that had been delayed. Judge Davis orders holds that the elder Murdoch and all other outstanding witnesses must sit for the deposition next month. Okay, you're seeing this article that Fox Corp, their lawyers, they did win a little piece of that, their argument, because certain things they don't want to be released because it would be embarrassing. And I suspect at some point a lot of that redactedness that will go away, probably after the case, is over. But we can only guess if Tucker Carlson and all of them admitting that they knew it was lies, and because Sean Hannity already came out and said that he knew it was not false. He knew it was false. He knew the president didn't win. But they sat there and they allowed those people to come on there and spew that. They helped spew those lies and get these people all worked up in a frenzy. And that type of stuff helped with what happened on January 6th in D.C. And Fox News and all of them should be brought up on charges, but they won't. They will be able to get away from that. I'm sure at some point Rupert Murdoch and his lawyers, and they will find a way to reach a settlement agreement with Dominion and Smartmatic. That will be what happens. And a lot of the information we probably won't find out. And the liars, such as Tucker Carlson and the rest of them, they will get away scot-free. When we all know that they're lying, and you can just about guess they had to tell the truth under deposition, even though they said Tucker Carlson tried to squirm out of it because that's the type of person he is. He is. And they played a big role in what went down on January 6th, and they continued even after that. They have all those liars and those people coming in there telling those ridiculous stories. And like you said, Tyrone, a lot of those people have gone to prison. There's lots more trials and things coming up. More people going to go to prison in due time. Does Donald Trump or any of them care about those people? No, because these people that we're speaking of, Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Rupert Murdoch, all of those people that was mentioned in that article, those are rich people. They don't give a damn about those people that got swept up in that frenzy. I don't think all those people believed it to be the truth, but they just wanted what they wanted, so they did what they did. But a lot of them did fall for those lies. And I was talking to someone about this about a week ago, that because Donald Trump, he could have done something before the inauguration, before he left office, when he was in power, to help those people. He did it because he didn't care. He wanted what he wanted, and he helped whip them people up in the frenzy, even though some of them knew that he was lying. They just said they didn't care anything about those people. And I think it's one of those who pleaded guilty to sedition. I think it was one of them. He testified at the hearing that, how he just felt that he was used. But you had to have kind of guessed that they were lying. You had to have guessed, unless you're 10. Unless you're 10 years old, you should have guessed that some of that stuff was lies. And now we sit back and hear Sean Hannity and the rest of them admitting this stuff under oath that they knew it was a lie, but they did it anyway, and nothing's going to happen to them. And that's the thing. I don't understand why regular people, when I mean regular, I mean people who are not rich and wealthy, why you would stick up for these people, because they don't care about what's going to happen to you. They don't care about you. They want what they want, and they did what they did. Donald Trump, he doesn't care about the Republican base. He don't care about those MAGA people. He wants what he wants, and he wants to enrich his own pocketbook. And you people fight to the death for him. I mean, I'll admit, I can't stand Joe Biden. I would not fight to the death for him. I wouldn't fight for him at all. But you all fight for this fraud. It's just crazy. It's crazy, Tyrone. It's crazy, and I just don't understand it. Crazy. And a simpleton at that, riding around on what was that, elephant? One of those pictures on riding around on
the
a rainbow-colored elephant. Yeah, look at a fool up on top of a colorful rainbow elephant. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And these people threw their lives away. And that stupid woman who's dead, what is that, Bobbitt or whatever her name is, she died for that foolishness. She died for those lies. And I do have a tad bit of empathy for some, not empathy, sympathy. For some of them, I have a tad bit of sympathy because the president, we've never, they all of them, they have their things. All of the presidents, they have lied, they've done things that we will never know about. Not all of them are no 100% trustworthy and great men. I think everyone can agree on that. But the president, and we've never seen this, the president of the United States, he was still in office, told the people that the election was stolen, urged the people to go down on the mall, to go to D.C. and to march down to the Capitol and to storm the Capitol because we're going to kill democracy and you all are going to make sure that I become king. That is what the president told the people. So you got to look at that. We've never seen that happen. And the president told the people, and other elected officials went along with that. And then you had a huge, the number one news network in the country, possibly the world, I don't know, but in the country, Fox News, and they ramped it up and they went along with that, Tyrone. We've never seen anything like that. So the people who were the supporters, what were they supposed to do? The stupid ones went down there and did what they did because they wanted what they wanted. And that's why I have a tad bit of sympathy because the president did that. The president was telling these lies. The president is a grifter and a fake, and he's about enriching his own, not saying the rest, some of them in the past haven't been, but he was about enriching his own pockets for him and his family. He is a grifter. And the president of the United States told those people to do that. The president of the United States came out and had people telling all kind of lies, and it's the largest news or network news organization went along. We've never seen anything like that. That's why I have some empathy for those people. I have not empathy, let me take that back. Sympathy for those people. They got caught up. That woman is dead. She got shot in the neck over that foolishness. Police officers got killed. All these people going to prison for years. I have some sympathy. I know you don't, but I do. That's all I got.
Yeah, and you know that's a perfect bookend to our conversations. See, basically, we just spent an hour with ABC and Sarge talking about bullshit, really, because this story that Elisa just read debunks every one of the claims that was just made on this show here. It shows you that the Fox News hosts, up under deposition, up under penalty of perjury, they're not going to tell these same lies that ABC and Sarge is pushing right now. Because they're scared they're going to go to jail, they're going to get charged if they get found lying. They lied on their show, and we're listening through the lies of ABC and Sarge right now. And they're so stupid that they don't realize that they've been lied to, even though Sean Hannity and other Fox hosts have went and been deposed and told the truth up under oath. Sarge, when he first came on this show, was telling us how important it was to be sworn in. Right? Because you got to tell the truth when you're sworn in. Sean Hannity was sworn the fuck in. And when he was sworn in, he didn't say anything about Smartmatic. He didn't say anything about Dominion or Hugo Chavez or the election being stolen. He said that he didn't believe 1 minute that Trump had won. So there was no fraud. There was no felonious anything. That it was a regular election. And because Trump because Sarge and ABC are political tricks, they're getting played by the right wing. They're political whores, and they're getting used. Because they're getting used by the right wing, they come out here and walk the streets and sell this bullshit and try to get people to buy it. That's what the hell you're doing. You're walking out here just like fucking missionaries trying to push this narrative of this stolen election. And when these guys are going to court, and I mean, hell, the deposition is there. You can download it. You can go see what Sean Hannity said for himself. You can go see what Janine Shapiro said for herself on the penalty of perjury. So either you're going to believe that fake shit that you watch on the news, or you're going to believe these people when they have to tell the truth. And what I'm noticing is y'all don't want the truth. Y'all don't give a shit about the truth. Y'all want to sit up here and take up these talking points and say, you're repeating the left. And all this. This ain't the left. This is Sean Hannity. I'm repeating Sean Hannity. He said he didn't believe it for 1 second. I'm quoting him. They ain't got shit to do with left. He knew all along it was a fucking lie. And now I want to know what the hell y'all got to say about Sean Hannity's testimony. I really do. I'm going to shut the hell up because I want to hear this. Go ahead, Sarge. What you got?
I want to hear
All right,
Tucker
I want you to
Carlson.
listen. I want you to, again.
Oh, yeah,
Again.
ABC, you next.
What?
I said ABC
You
is
gonna let
after
me talk
Sarge.
on what?
Go ahead.
You want me to go on what?
Yeah, well, hold on for a second. Let me see who this line is first. Who's this caller?
Yeah. Social truth.
All right, what's up,
True
man? So
social.
you go after ABCJ, and don't cut him off. I know y'all don't get along, so don't cut him off.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead,
All right,
Sarge.
Tyrone,
and ABC.
Tyrone.
Go ahead, Sarge.
Okay, Tyrone, I'm not going to be long, so just listen, all right? Now, you don't listen to Sean Hannity. I don't listen to him that much anymore because I've come to resent his repetitiveness and a whole lot of other things he does. So I don't listen to him as much as I did. But during that time period, I listened to him every night. And I'm going to tell you that they're lying by omission and context. Because here's what happened. He did not say that he never believed there was any fraud in the 2020 election. I'm going real slow so you hear me. He was asked specifically about a particular type of fraud, alleged vote switching by the Dominion machines. He didn't speak that he agreed to it or disagreed with it. He simply let his guests speak as to their theories. I remember because I was watching the show. Now, they didn't ask him any questions about the fraudulent submission of absentee ballots. They didn't ask him any questions about irregularities in chain of custody and voter signature verification. They didn't ask him any questions about the violations of the state and federal constitutions by the states, which says legislations have to make up election law, that governors and justices and judges cannot make election law or alter them. He didn't speak about any of those shady practices about the election.
Okay.
He only was asked about vote switching by Dominion voting machines, and he said he never believed that.
Okay. All right. So I heard your answer. I heard your answer. I heard your answer, but you're in denial right now because that's not what we're talking about. Sean Hannity said that he knew all along Trump was lost. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you're in denial into what Sean Hannity said. The fact that he admit that Trump lost discredits everything that you said about the system and the way the vote came. Hannity is saying that he knew Trump won, which means the system was valid. But I want to hear ABC's opinion because you're
Sean Hannity's free to have his opinion as I'm here to have mine. I'm talking about this lawsuit. That's what I thought the point of this was.
Okay.
He did not say on his show that he believed that Trump lost. He did not say anything but that the Dominion voting machine story was not true.
Okay, so hold on for a second. You're right. That's why when he was disposed, he did not say that on his show. He did not say that he believed Trump lost on his show. But when he had to raise his right hand and put his hand on the Bible and be deposed, he told the judge, I didn't believe Trump had won for 1 damn second. So the difference is he said it on the show. He didn't say it on the show, which y'all get programmed by. So he could say anything on that fucking propaganda show and you guys suck it up, which is what you're repeating right now. But whenever he got into court, he said that he knew all along Trump had lost the election. So yes, you made the distinction. He didn't say it on his show, which is true. And that's what you listen to. But he did say in the deposition that he knew all along that Trump hadn't won. So yeah, you're right about that. So go ahead, ABC.
For what to believe.
Huh?
No matter what he reports, I don't rely upon him for what to believe.
Okay, well yes you do because you're repeating it. But go ahead, ABC.
No, I repeat what he reports.
Nigga, listen, are you slow? Listen to what I'm saying. You are slow. Guys, Sarge is slow. Sean Hannity said when he was sworn in that he knew Trump had lost the fucking election. Period.
Who cares, man? Who cares?
Shut up, nigga.
Who gives
I'm
a
trying
shit?
to talk to Sarge because he's an elder brother. And
You're
you know,
trying to
I
make
like
somebody have an
Sarge.
opinion.
I like Sarge, and Sarge is you know, he my buddy and everything, and I want him to get it. So
People had their
shut the
opinions,
fuck
man.
up, ABC. Sarge, listen to me. While Sean Hannity had to tell the truth while he was sworn in, he said that he knew Trump had lost. When he's on his show, he didn't say it. So what I'm trying to tell you is what you heard, it was on his show. You didn't hear the deposition. On his show, he lies. In the deposition, he told the truth. That's the distinction I'm trying to make, Sarge. Do you get that now?
That has nothing to do with the lawsuit. What has to do with the lawsuit is whether or not he said Dominion voting machines were conducted fraudulently. That's the only thing relevant to the lawsuit.
Okay, let ABC go because you don't get it. Go ahead, ABC.
You know, this is one guy, Sean Hannity. Who gives a shit? You know, like he ain't God or he ain't a judge, Supreme Court judge that gets to decide on if something's true or not. Mm-hmm. He's an opinion dude on TV, just like that fucking Morning Joe and all the people on The View, and you know, it's a TV person. Who gives a shit? You know, you making it and you holding up, and Alicia, you reading it like it's some big statement, like it's a Supreme Court ruling or some shit. Don't nobody give a shit. People got opinions. You know, you guys just you hold on to anything you can to try to justify you're following like a lemming these people off a cliff or something. We just went through 3 years of this pandemic situation where you see how
you're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I'm not going there. Damn, I know. I ain't going there. What I'm saying is that you saw all of us experience how controlled the media is. So why are you sitting on here acting like, hey, look, he said this. Man, these people control the media, and you limited as to what you can say, what you can do. I mean, they box you in the corner. And then we saw from the Kanye West thing that if you got a different opinion, you'll be attacked. I mean, the full force of the powers of the government to come at you. So it's all controlled. That none of that proves that these people are right, that the left is right, that Trump is right. It's bullshit, man. You grown-ass men and women sitting here arguing like you know something. You got all the proof. Don't nobody give a shit. It's your opinion. And your opinion left us with where we are. And the self-solved. Look, the guy that you fought to get in there is ruined the country. The economy screwed up. These people coming in through the borders and stuff. We fighting this endless war with our money's going there. You know, and you still sitting here talking about Trump. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
So you just finish up with a string of Fox talking points. I get it. I understand exactly where you come from, ABC. As a matter
Got nothing
of fact,
to do with Fox.
Spirituality is where we come from. That's who we is. That's what sets us apart from everybody else. We are spirits. We ain't thinking like that. We spirits.
Okay, so check this out. Okay, Lisa, I'm gonna let you go, but let me say this right here to Sarge and ABC. Y'all missing the bigger picture, right? Not only was Sarge,
you a bitch, you bitch ass. I'll slap the shit out of you.
Hold on.
You bitch.
Hold on.
You're a bitch.
You
fucking old hoe.
What is going on?
Just so tickled.
You hear the ho.
Okay.
He got a dress.
Okay, I'm gonna mute y'all right quick. I don't know what the hell going on, but here's y'all missing the big picture, Sarge and ABC. At the end of the story, Elisa read that Rupert Murdoch, the head of the organization that is control over Tucker Carlson, that is control over that media outlet, he was being deposed too for spreading misinformation about the election. Part of the misinformation was Sean Hannity confirming with Sidney Powell, that there was something going on in the election. So when he got deposed, he had to say, I knew he had won. When Sean Hannity said that he knew he won, it dismisses all your claims about whatever you're making about the election when Sean Hannity said that I knew Trump had won. And because Rupert Murdoch got deposed, this is whole corporation being held responsible for telling that lie that you and ABC are repeating right now. If it wasn't a big deal and all of that, then Rupert Murdoch or his son Lachlan Murdoch and the whole organization wouldn't be held accountable for telling this lie you guys are arguing for right now. That's what I wanted to say. But go ahead, Miss Elisa, and then Jay.
Now, I was just going to say real quick, the reason we're talking about Trump is because that's what's in the news right now. Had Trump gone away like other presidents, past presidents, when their term is up or if they lose an election, they go away, they sit down somewhere, and then had he done that, we wouldn't still be talking about him. He's still in the news. There's hearings going on, so that's why we're still talking about Trump. And that falsehood about living following each other, that's not true either. That's a myth. That's all I got, Tyrone.
Jay New York, what you got, man?
So first off, ABC's a bitch ass motherfucker.
Man, I told y'all not to start now. Y'all cool
out. I mean, we gotta call out a hoe when he's a hoe. A hoe is a hoe. So let's get that.
Okay. Now come on, guys. We ain't got but 45 more minutes before y'all start acting crazy.
You hear him slurping on my nuts?
Oh, God.
ABC, stop it. Now, so look, I say this. I see even Sarge is starting to backpedal on a lot of stuff. You see everybody starting to ease a little bit. They trying to do the Michael Jackson slow. They trying to do a motherfucking dance. And I say, no, he could be moonwalking, but it's like some slow motion Matrix type of thing, trying to dodge all the questions. But I see a lot of backpedaling. I see a lot of people too that have they claim that everybody else is wrong, but have not one sprinkle of evidence of anything. They've done all their research on the internet. Like the basis of everybody becoming these grand professors and these investigators and these self-proclaimed journalists online never took a day in the life of learning journalism, never even got their ass out their house, put boots on the ground and went to any locations to get any information. Everything has been at their doorstep as far as on a computer, on the phone, and for some reason they felt like they hit gold or something. And again, self-proclaimed journalism, people think that they're experts on the government and all this shit. Bro, you gotta at least start at the basics. It's sad too that people that actually work for government, have try to twist and turn how government works, knowing how they do really work, right? And it's crazy how people have just either to prove the other person wrong or to make, because they don't want to admit the truth or whatever the reason is, whether they also convince themselves, have not brought any real evidence. And what we're seeing is all that shit is starting to come out. And it's just, for other people, I guess it's the opposite. Oh, we're discovering this. Well, the truth is that, what they say, like they pulled the veil. This is the Wizard of Oz curtain coming out. And for a while we've been saying this. It's just, as far as this clown that we had as a president, and they were mentioning about all this stuff about why they're mentioning Trump and about war. Well, it goes back to before Bush, but we could start with Bush from 2000 to now. And people that claim that the Republican Party is the greatest, I mean, you guys had the spotlight here for a while, and we've seen, I think, the ultimate failure of all presidents. We have some bad Democratic presidents. We could say that, yeah, Democrat presidents have been bad. But I think that this past president has taken the cake. He's a failure, and you see people pulling from him. So, again, just to say that even people like Sarge are starting to backpedal. They're starting to ease away and dance around those facts that are being more revealed because it's harder and harder to make excuses for them. And then those people that were making excuses for them are actually starting to change their excuses or, again, admit to them or just don't want to deal with the reality. And I'm just saying, it's funny how when people talk shit on TV versus when they get put under oath, and it's a whole different story. So I'm just saying, put all those people under oath is a different story versus when it's time, when you're talking on television and doing entertainment. And I think that's what these victims are, like ABC and SARS. They're victims of this, this so-called propaganda, and they've really fallen for it. I mean, if Donald Trump was Jim Jones, they would have went to the ranch, and you already know the result of Jim Jones. So ABC and Sarge, you guys voluntarily are, I guess trumpeteers. So I hope that when everything goes down, you guys are holding his nuts, each nut of Donald Trump when the ship goes down. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and I look at their support for these extremists, Jay. Like, if I supported the new,
That was some deep thoughts there.
Okay, so I look at their support for these extremists, like if I supported the new Black Panther Party, right? Because they are extreme.
Right.
So if I supported the new Black Panther Party, they wouldn't shut up about how radical the new Black Panther Party is. But they're not saying a word about these extremists that are going to jail that was flying Trump flags on the 6th of January. They're not saying a thing about a criminal referral of the person that they support. Donald Trump got a congressional criminal referral, 4 of them, I think, from Congress to be referred to the Department of Justice. That means that he is guilty of, well, not guilty through court, but he's been proven to have committed crimes, so much so that Congress referred these crimes to the Department of Justice. This is the idea that Fox News is supporting. And this is the idea that ABC and Sarge will not come off of their fucking goddamn, put their pom-poms down and say, okay, well, this is a little bit too far. Because they done went down that rabbit hole, and they don't want to say, there's no humility. They can't say I'm wrong, my bad, let me relook at this. I don't know what kind of thinking besides cult-minded people that just steadily double down on this dumbness. We just read a report from Sean Hannity and Fox News and Fox Corps deposition in this trial where they lied about the election, and the evidence is coming out. It's coming out slowly, but it's coming out that everything that these guys believe is a fucking lie, and they don't know how to fucking say, okay, I was wrong about that. They don't know how to do it. So it's crazy for them to keep yelling over here saying, y'all just blindly supporting people when they blindly supporting these motherfuckers all the time. It's nuts to me. That's all I got on it. Miss Elisa, I know we took up a lot of time tonight, but you want to do another story?
No, that's fine. Yeah, I believed in what's his name? I thought he was true, Umar Johnson. But then when we found that he was a scripture, I accepted that. I thought he was true years ago about school and all of that. But then after this one thing after another kept coming out, then I said, okay, yes, she's a fraud. So, I mean, it's not hard. Because every week, every other week, there's always something that hoops got to be jumped through for this man. And I mean, and we're told that because we like Biden and the other, that has nothing to do with it. I do not like Joe Biden, and I don't think any of us wanted him to be president. We got stuck with that. So it's not our love for the Democratic, not mine anyway, the Democratic Party or Joe Biden. But it's just what it is. That your people want to believe this stuff. Tyrone, I might not be here next Thursday, so I'm going to do the story. It's a year-end story of different things that happened throughout the year, because I might be here next Thursday, depends, but I might not. So I'm going to do this just in case. It's different things that went on throughout the year, this 2022. So, the GMAs host the fair, downfall of Kanye West, the biggest pop culture scandals of 2022. Here's a look back at all the wild stories that we could not stop talking about this year. From Will Smith's Oscar slap to the affair that rocked Good Morning America, 2022 was full of crazy, unforgettable moments. I thought I'd save you some time and recap all of them in one handy place. Because some of these happened so long ago that we need to check back in where things are now. Okay, the GMA3 host affair. All of you had to do was host your preppy morning talk show and not to get in trouble, but apparently that was too much asking. TJ Holmes and Amy Robach. In early December, GMA3 co-hosts found themselves in one of the biggest scandals of the year when their affair discovered by the press. They led to speculation about their marriages, paparazzi blowback on their families, and serious repercussions of their careers. Both have been benched by ABC. I'm not going to read any more about that because most have heard about it. The slap. Remember way back in March when Will Smith was on his way to finally winning an Oscar, Best Actor, and all he had to do was receive his flowers, was make it through the commercial break. Yeah, that seems like an eternity ago to me. We all audibly gasped after Chris Rock made a callous joke about his wife, Jada. Will marched on stage, slapped the comedian in the face, and yelled at him, "Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth." At first, everyone questioned if it was kind of a sketch, but it quickly became clear that this was a serious moment. I'm not going to read any more about that. We all remember that. The downfall of Kanye West. Kanye West can yell and scream about being the victim of the conspiracy all he wants. But the hard truth is the only person to blame for his collapse of his career is himself. Turns out that when you spew anti-black BS and disgusting anti-Semitic speech, no one wants to sell your music or clothes anymore. It started with a hateful and clearly ignorant social media post, which led to several companies to distance themselves from the rapper. He then embarked on a hate-filled tour with the worst elements of the far right, including an appearance on InfoWars with Alex Jones, when he actually said, "I see good things in Hitler." Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Nia Long and Emi Aduka. Emi Aduka started the year on a high note. He led the Boston Celtics to the NBA Finals and was the envy of everyone as he celebrated with his partner, actress Nia Long. Unfortunately, that all changed when the team held a surprising press conference in September announcing that he was being suspended by the team for having a consensual yet improper relationship with a female Celtics employee, which the whole world watched her private trouble play out across sports media. Long took care of her children, making sure they were protected from the storm. This to that. The Wendy Williams show ends without Wendy after 13 seasons of Hot Topic. How you doing? The Wendy Williams show came to a very quiet and somewhat sad end in June as Wendy addressed multiple media issues. Season 13 of her show was helmed by a series of guest hosts. Once it became clear that Williams wouldn't be able to return, producers decided to hand off the show to the most popular and inexperienced of the hosts, Jerry Shepard. As the end date approached the Wendy Williams show, fans began to wonder if the titular star would make one final appearance on the program. She didn't show up for the finale. The series just sort of ended, and his social media account began randomly to disappear. Just like that, the Wendy Williams show went out with a whimper. That's the end of that. There's a whole lot of craziness. They just picked a few. A whole lot of craziness in January. 6 years, all of that went on. Trump announced that he was seeking re-election. There's a whole bunch of craziness in politics, culture wars, social media. You got Fox News is now going after American Girl doll. Just a whole, not Fox News, far right MAGA news is going after them, and it just seems to be one thing after another. COVID is surging again in China. It just seems like it's just one thing after another. Midterm elections, I think we had talked about that for a couple of weeks after that was over. John Hannity, along with other Fox News hosts, admitted they knew all of that foolishness they was telling was a lie.
So my moonwalking, they were moonwalking.
Yeah, they're moonwalking back. And let me say this one other thing I was going to say. Oh, and Trump is selling trading cards on top of
get your $4 million worth.
I mean, he made money off that.
Yeah, we got to give it to him. Listen, we got to give this guy credit. He sold you nothing, and these people bought into it. They bought it. He got them, $4 million. Y'all actually paid $99 for this shit for nothing.
$49 million, wasn't it? 49 or is it $4 million?
Yeah, it was 49.
You know what? I don't know exactly, but listen, he made millions off of nothing. I gotta give it to him. We gotta give props where it's due. He actually got his people. He definitely got his people for nothing. Remember, at least they would get a steak. They would get an autograph with a paper, even if you got a physical paper. But this time he got them for real. He said, I'm going to send you a virtual card. A virtual card. Hey, for those that bought it, congratulations. That's all I got to say. I'm not even going to say
They bought it.
Yeah.
I wish I had steak. I wish I had some steak in there and had gotten a few coins off it because I would have.
Well, is it worth anything is the question now.
It's not worth anything. But this is the first time we've ever seen an ex-sitting president talk trading cards. And he did
and virtue at that. Virtue at that.
Yeah. And he did say it's not for the campaign. It's for me.
That's right.
It's for me.
Let you know the 40 plus or whatever's going in his pocket. He ain't lying.
Going in my pocket. He ain't lying. So I got to give him kudos for that. So this has been a weird year coming down off the pandemic. We're not over with it yet. But it has been quite over with it yet. But this has been a weird year with all types of foolishness that we've seen. So that's like I said, if I'm not here, Tyrone, I just wanted to do a year. I might be here next week. I'll let you know. But year ending, we've seen a lot of foolishness. We really have. Oh, and the Megan Tory no, it's not Megan, because she didn't file charges against him. It's the people against Tory Lanez. That trial, that's another one that we're looking at. Just all kind of stuff. All types of stuff. Nick Cannon added 3-4 more babies to his total. All kind of stuff, especially in our community. So, that's all I got.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that story, and that was a little roundup of the year. And like she said, there is so much more that happened during the year. For one, I would just like to say, because I never am here on holidays or New Year's. I appreciate you guys for listening to Talk Real Solution. I appreciate Elisa for sticking around all these years, and Jay and ABC and Sergeant, all you guys. I appreciate everybody that do listen. But yeah, the Good Morning host, I didn't even know that. This goes to show these guys pushing family values. No matter how big your career is and all that kind of stuff, you're still going to have marital issues and all that kind of stuff. And don't let it get on social media, I guess, because it blows up like a bomb. Will Smith, I don't think that he should ever recover from that slap of Chris Rock. I think that's the most disgraceful, embarrassing. I don't give a shit what was going on with him and Jada. The man should not have did that. If he had an issue with Chris Rock, he should have talked to him after the show. But I don't think that he should have had an issue because comedians over the years have been standing on stage, poking fun at people. That's just what the comedians do. Even though the recipient of the jokes is uncomfortable. I don't know. We've been doing that forever. And I don't think that we've ever seen a reaction to a joke where the guy just gets up out of the seat and just slaps the comedian. That is crazy. He's gonna go down in history in my book anyway as being the biggest fool. And I kind of like Will Smith. He's a talented brother. He made it in Hollywood. He's very successful and all that kind of stuff. But that just took something away about that guy to me. That was just the stupidest thing. Kanye West, another idiot. Like I said, I believe Kanye had handlers at first, and during this time, maybe he got rid of the handlers because of Jesus or whatever. I don't know. but he's just out there saying the craziest things right now and losing money in the process. Nia Long, Udoka, I don't know what's wrong with you for cheating on that woman. But you know that happened. And I didn't know Wendy Williams had disappeared, but
You didn't notice?
no, I didn't know she had left. What was that thing on Star Wars name with the floppy ears? I can't even remember.
Oh, that weird. They got a chia pet for it now.
Yeah, that's what Wendy Williams reminded me of. And there was
His ears weren't floppy; they were pointed. It was Dr. Spock.
no, the other thing, the it was a funny
That
walking thing.
being
That
was
lived
a
up on the
little
water.
weird shit. An Ewok, like an Ewok.
Ewok, yeah, Ewok.
No, it was the other thing. I'm gonna show you.
It was the ugly shit with the big eyes. I know which one you talking
yeah,
about.
the big eyes Star Wars.
Yeah, that shit look crazy.
Yeah,
They're
but
making a chia pet. They selling a chia pet right now that has that Star Wars character. Exactly. I forgot the name of it though.
oh yeah. But yeah, this year has been crazy, and I don't want to forget Vladimir Zelensky. Look, guys, the history of the world shows struggles like the Ukraine is going through, and they go down the history book. They tell stories about this type of stuff where people get invaded and they defend their country and all of this kind of stuff. And Vladimir Zelensky is doing a great job over there defending his country against a country like Russia. So I can't take that away from the Ukrainian people. Now I got other issues with Ukraine with their corruption and all of that kind of stuff as a government. But I mean, far as fighting Russia and staying in it this long, I thought that man
Somebody got him.
I thought he was gonna be dead by now. I really thought that man. I thought they were gonna kill that man by now, but he's sticking in there. And I got to give a shout out to the Ukrainian fighters and all of that kind of stuff for sticking around this long. And hopefully, this brings down Vladimir Putin a notch or two. You know, hopefully, I don't know how far he's gonna go with destroying that country. But it seems like
Look, Tyrone, you know one thing I know for sure about my studies of war, which have been extensive, is that the first casualty in any war is truth, and that goes for both sides. That goes for our side. That goes for the enemy side. That goes for everybody lies. It is very difficult to get the truth about anything because of all the propaganda. But you got to remember one thing about Ukraine. Mr. George Washington Zelensky has ended political opposition. He shut down the Russian Orthodox Church, and he's throwing thousands of people into jail. Now, we got to consider that, too, as we consider the record of Zelensky, because it ain't all Saint Zelensky either, any more than it all Bill and Blasfield. They're both bad. I don't like either of this thing. I don't want us to get involved in it on either side. Really, I think what we should be doing is trying to get them to negotiate.
With America,
okay, y'all gonna have to calm down.
We should be trying to get them to negotiate.
Okay, Jay and Sarge, y'all on mute for a second. Listen, and this is what I was trying to get away from in a lot of my opinions, is Sarge went straight to the political talking points with this, and I was just giving that man credit for fighting for democracy and fighting for freedom. All of these conspiracies about Vladimir Zelensky, when it's all said and done, he's fighting for freedom. He's not fighting for a tyrannical government. He's fighting for democracy. And I don't give a shit what your opinion of him is politically. If you are a true American, I'll put it to you like that, then you should want that man to be free. You should want his people to be free. Now, I got my issues with that racist ass goddamn country, but as far as freedom for people on this damn planet, I want everybody to fucking experience freedom, Sarge. So that shit you saying is bullshit.
Abraham Lincoln habeas corpus. Abraham Lincoln criticized reporting on the war. So I know what political leaders do. Don't try to cite history to me. I know. I'm simply saying that you cannot tell the whole truth unless you tell the whole truth.
You rather go to war with America. Hold on, you are listen to your mentality though. No, but listen, your reality is
Okay,
we
Jay,
hear the reality.
Why don't you mute this motherfucker?
Jay, just let him talk. Don't cut him off.
All right, again, during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Abraham Lincoln put dissenters in jail. He took a congressman named Blandingham and locked him up because he dissented the manner the war was being conducted. So I understand that leaders do this in wartime. But please, stop trying to make these people in a hallowed place. You report everybody else's wars. Why don't you report his?
You done now? You done now?
No, I'm not done. I'm not done as long as you, and I won't be done as long as Tyrone. Give me a couple more seconds.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Again, we know how this works. Stop falling for anybody's propaganda in wartime. They all do it.
Okay, sorry. Wait a minute. Hold on, Jay. Listen, there's two sides here, right? We know Vladimir Putin is a dictator, and he's a tyrannical leader. The Ukraine wasn't up under a dictatorship. And my position is I'm on the side of the people who's fighting for freedom. All of that other bullshit that you're saying, that is not what I'm talking about. Okay? So I want to be clear about that.
And let's be clear about this. You've heard it on this platform. If you haven't heard it, you could go check in the archives. This man right here, he don't want to go to war with Russia. Oh, he's shaking in his boots now, right? Shaking in his fucking boots like a little bitch. But he's willing, and he said it on this air, to go to war with fellow Americans against fellow Americans over here, with his insurrectionist buddies, all right, to take over this fucking country. So think about that for a second. The man right here he's a tough motherfucker, but he's shaking in his boots because of Russia. You know, I don't want to fucking go to war with Russia, but he's willing to fucking go to war with a fellow American against a fellow American because he don't like the political party or he's against this, and he says it over and over. He says, oh, when we're taking over, you're going to see and all this shit. Ready to revolution in this motherfucking country against an American, but don't want to go against a motherfucker that's willing to take over the whole world. Think about that. It goes to show you how cowards act here in America, too. You got motherfuckers that talk that tough shit, but when it's time to fucking get in the mud, and with somebody that's tougher than you or might be a challenge, you want to shake in your boots. But you're willing to go to fucking war against your country, against your fellow American. Isn't that patriotism? I'll leave it there.
So let me get this straight. I've been in 3 fucking wars and I'm the coward. Yeah. I mean, we might want to repeat that someday when you're face down in the toilet puking your guts out because these goddamn Russians and these Chinese give you another fucking disease from motherfucking Wuhan. You might want to do that one day. Don't come talking that shit to me about I'm afraid to go to war with Russia. I don't want to. It's not that I won't if I had to. I don't want to, and I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it'll be good for the world. You see these Europeans over there are about to freeze to death this winter because of this stupid goddamn war that they could have negotiated away back in March?
You said,
are you not paying attention?
You just said, hold on. You just said, hold on. You just said,
they could have negotiated a thing to possibly do an end.
Hold on. You just said that
listen, goddamn globalists and NATO force him to continue.
You just said that you don't want to. You just said you don't want to, but you would if you have to, right? But you want to go to war with your fellow American. Go against your fellow American.
If they violate every enemy of the Constitution, I'd rather go to war with them.
Listen to yourself.
Yes, you're right. If they're enemies of the Constitution and they want to destroy this country's constitutional republic, hell yes, I'd rather go to war against them.
Okay,
what the fuck is Putin done to me lately?
Hey, Sergeant J, do y'all understand that nobody can understand anything you guys are saying when y'all do that? I mean, I get it. Y'all oppose each other, but y'all got to do one at a time. And let me give y'all a little bit of comedic release. This is what I was thinking about when I was talking about Wendy Williams earlier. There was this bathing suit picture that came out of her. This one right here, when she was on the beach. And one of the first thing I thought about was Jar Jar Binks, this character right here from Star Wars. To me, that looks like Wendy Williams in her bathing suit. Let me see if I can pull that back up. Where's Jar Jar Binks go? See there, they say side by side. That look like Wendy Williams.
I see it.
Jar Jar
I
Binks.
see.
Yeah, I know. But now, Sergeant J, y'all got to stop screaming. Okay, there you go.
That was a nice bit of deflection he just pulled to get us away from talking about Ukraine to bring it back to fucking January 6th. We're talking about Ukraine.
So,
And while this thing could have been settled back in March, so Europeans don't have to starve and cut all the wood down in the Black Forest so they don't freeze to death this winter.
Okay, but Sarge, listen.
Now, the globalists and the arms industrialists and Raytheon and that bastard Secretary of Defense we got, they want to keep this stupid war going for their own purposes, but I'd rather see it come to an end.
Okay, but
I don't know about you,
Hold
but I think
on.
that's much better.
Hold on, Sarge. So we can establish where we're at. Which one would you support? The Russians or the Ukrainians?
Okay, you just didn't hear what I just said. They just went completely over your head, didn't you?
I didn't hear it. So
I don't have a dog in this fight.
Okay, so if you had to
There are substantial grievances on both sides. However, if I had to pick a side, which I don't want to do, I would probably pick Ukraine because, after all, Russia did invade. But it's not as though the Russians weren't provoked.
Okay, that's the point. Okay, I got you. So go ahead, Jay.
All right, so I'm just getting straight. I got a dog in this fight. I want it to be over.
No one. I just asked your opinion, and as long as you say that you're on the side of democracy, I'm a little better. But if you would have said that you're rooting for Putin, I think there's something wrong with you. That's what.
Yeah, but isn't that
I'm not
contradictory?
rooting for Putin. No way. I'm not rooting for Zelensky either.
Hold on. Isn't that contradictory? He's about democracy over there, but he don't want democracy in this country.
Okay, now you're putting words in my mouth, which is why I told you I don't want to pick a dog in this fight, and now you decide to put words in my mouth. I didn't say that at all.
Well, sir, let's put some context to what Jay said.
If you put a gun to my head and you force me to take a side, I'll probably pick Ukraine, but I don't want to pick either one.
But sorry, let's put some context to what Jay just said, right? If the 2020 election and the January 6th insurrection would have turned out the way they wanted it to, the way you guys wanted it to, Trump would be the leader of this nation, would he not?
How can you plan an insurrection that badly and expect it to come out victorious on your side? It was horribly, but only dummies could plan something that stupid.
Okay, but that's not my question. Listen to my question. Stay focused. If it would have turned out the way you guys wanted it to, Trump would still be in charge, right?
I didn't want it to turn out that way. What are you attributing to me?
Okay, sorry.
now?
Sorry.
Do you ever listen to anything I ever say?
Yes, I do. Listen, and you support.
Okay, I have never said I favored what those.
Yes, you did, nigga. You said that you supported the rally on January the 6th, and you said that the election was stolen, so you wanted the election overturned, so you want Donald Trump to be in charge. If it would have turned out that goddamn way, would you have supported it? Jesus Christ, stop trying. You about like Jay said, now you moonwalking. Stop trying to be slippery.
I said, I understand why they did what they did. I do not support what they did.
He's
it was wrong.
So hold on a minute, Jay. This is new.
Damn you, the most listening son of a bitch in the universe. I speak predicate subject agreement. I speak English. I use the appropriate pronouns and predicates and adverbs, and you still can't understand a motherfucking thing.
So what you're saying is Joe Biden is the rightfully elected president, and Donald Trump lost the election.
That's bullshit.
Okay, well you can't have it both ways, brother. You can't have it both ways.
Well, again.
Yes, I can, because I can cite evidence to the contrary.
He doesn't want to fight.
I can cite evidence to the contrary. That's why I say he wasn't.
So that's why Jay is saying that you don't support democracy here. Then, so that's why he's saying.
I support the Constitution of the United States, not democracy.
You do not. You do not. No, you don't.
And the Constitution of the United States is not a democracy. It's a representative republic with democratic elements.
You don't even support the Constitution.
Like I said.
Now, okay, well, how many articles in the Constitution, Mr. Great Supporter of the Constitution?
I don't know, but I know you don't
How
support
many amendments to the Constitution
have there
been?
Is in there, you don't support them.
Okay, you don't know shit about it, so don't come citing me the Constitution.
You don't support
when you know something about it, get back to me.
You don't support neither one of them.
Once again.
So how the hell do you know what to support and you don't even know what it is or what it says?
Listen, it's his words, right? We've been here many times, and we've had the conversation. He was willing and able. He said, if we got to take over this motherfucker, we're going to do it the way we got to do it. And you said it many times that you was against this country and when it didn't go your way. You said there's a part of this government that you don't like. And what I'm saying is that you're saying, oh, you want it peaceful and you want everybody to be nice, but over here you don't want it to be nice. You're saying, no, don't go to war over there, but you're willing to go to war here against your fellow American. Think about that, Sarge. I don't see the logic in it. I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm saying, damn,
I told you one night when before I hung up, when you were acting silly and you apparently didn't want to have a conversation about how a hypothetical attempt to overthrow the United States government might ensue. Again, let me say again, hypothetically, war gaming, how it would be if the government becomes tyrannical and we have to overcome it by force of arms. I tried to talk to you about a hypothetical, but you just weren't having it. But if you ever want to have that discussion, hypothetically, let me know.
Sarge, it didn't happen hypothetically.
Did you hear what I just said? Yes or no? You don't have to have it if you don't want to.
Hold on. The reality is that there was an insurrection. There was an attempt to take over the government. There was an attempt to overthrow.
It was the most misbungled and mishandled attempt I've ever seen. I never thought anybody would think they could do it doing it like that.
Well, now that everybody is starting to give their back and say, you know what, people very close. Now you're starting to see the ship sink completely. And Sarge is saying, wait a minute, I got to get off this ship finally. And what I'm saying is that, Sarge, you was willing and able when everything was going.
I was never involved with it. What do you mean get off the ship?
No. Hold on. For legal purposes, no, you wasn't there physically.
For any purpose.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that you were okay.
When you come out of the blue with these crazy accusations.
No. If everything was going well, you was with it. Stop it.
Wait a minute. Let's say they had succeeded. All right. Okay. I'm gonna follow your point. The way I think because you have a trouble with focus, and here's what I think you're trying to say. I think you're trying to say that if they had succeeded, I'd be all on board with it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, you would be.
Okay. Now let me respond to that, because I can do that. Had there been a coup, and that coup had succeeded. And it wasn't a coup anyway. They were just trying to stop the electoral voting, count voting. They weren't trying to overthrow the government. There wasn't even the ones that pled guilty said that wasn't their intent. They were trying to stop the electoral vote and have it examined by a commission like they did it in 1876.
That's not true.
So there wasn't going to be a coup anyway. But let's say they did do a coup. Then what we've been presented with is what is known as a fait accompli. They have taken over the government. They've taken over the government by illegitimate means without the support of the people. So what would that mean? That would mean that forces in this country would have to go remove them from power, because we can't allow it to happen that way.
Okay, so what you just said is not true. Listen, they weren't only trying to stop the count. They was trying to stop the count and replace the electors to instate Donald Trump as president.
That's just another way of saying the same thing.
No, it's not. You just said stop.
They were trying to stop the count and have the count examined for the objections that were raised to it by over 100 members of Congress.
Okay, so they was trying to stop the They were trying to stop the count, and they had fake electors in the wings to be replaced in support of Donald Trump to put him back in power, Sarge. You're not saying the whole thing. They won't only trying to stop. So whenever you put it in context, that was a full insurrection, a full coup d'etat, or whatever the fuck they say. So that's what the fuck the plan was. The fake electors are going to court now, and they're going to goddamn jail, Sarge. So stop it. So say the whole thing whenever you try to explain it.
All right, once again, you misstate matters of fact like you always do. There are no fake electors that have been indicted, charged with a crime. The January 6th committee has sent a criminal referral to the Department of Justice, which they are not bound by. And they haven't even mentioned any names of people who they might want to charge. This kangaroo court with no cross-examination whatsoever is trying to appear legitimate, and it has no legitimacy whatsoever. But that's what they did. The Department of Justice is not bound by their referral, and I don't think they've got the guts to try to indict Donald Trump, much less anyone else, based on January 6th kangaroo court shenanigans.
Okay, so listen, the fake electors all across the United States are getting charged in their respective area. In Georgia, we know that the fake electors in Georgia Sarge is absolutely correct. They have not been charged formally yet, but Fannie Willis down there is on their damn heels. When she get done with this shit with Lindsey Graham and all of them and Trump, I guarantee you those fake electors is going to see the inside of that goddamn courtroom, Sarge, because they committed a crime. You cannot have a fake elector. You cannot erase somebody's fucking name and then replace your goddamn name in an election. So they committed crimes. I don't even know why you're defending this shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
The only way you can charge them with attempting to seat a slate of alternate electors is if they forge the governor or the certifying state official signature and they counterfeited the state seal on the document. Now, if you've got proof that they did that, then I would agree with you. But there is no proof of that because no such documents of alternate electors were submitted to the Electoral College.
Okay, go ahead, Elisa, because Sarge don't know what
I know the law doesn't matter to you because you think it's just a technicality. You want your side to prevail. But, given the fact that we got these crazy...
Sarge, this is not about anybody's side, nigga. Fuck the Democrats. I'm telling you, they tried to overthrow the goddamn democracy. The whole electoral process that we go through to nominate these fucking pieces of shit to office. They tried to overthrow that. I ain't on nobody's side. I just want this shit to be fair the way I've known it to be fair all my goddamn life. I'm not saying that everything is perfect because of shit like gerrymandering and all that kind of bullshit, but don't fuck with that. Come on, man. It ain't about no damn side. These motherfucking crooks that you support tried to steal the goddamn election. But go ahead, Elisa.
No, I just have a question. Because like when Tyrone, you posed the question to Sarge, what if he said it was a hot mess. So what they tried to do, it was not going to succeed anyway. And if you posed the question, what if they had succeeded? And Sarge, you said if it had, then we would have to remove them from power. Let's just say everything that they tried to do, it worked. Let's say it worked. And how would we go, in your point of view, how would the people go about removing them from power if they had succeeded? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, I had myself on mute. Okay, again, I would like to remind you, their intent was never to replace the government with people of their own choosing. But let's assume, hypothetically, that's what they intended to do. Then the first thing we would do is to establish that by quo warranto, what is your authority to assume office? And they couldn't cite one because they did it by a coup. And the only way a coup can stay in power is with force of arms. So they're going to have to be removed with force of arms. Some federal institution, whether it's the armed forces, whether it's the federal law enforcement agencies, or it's the people exercising their Second Amendment rights to maintain the security of a free state, as it says in the Second Amendment, any or all of those elements will have to remove them from power. By force of arms, however those force of arms have to be implemented. Yeah, right. Whether it is by going in there with a loudspeaker, telling them to come out with their hands up, or throwing hand grenades, and open it up with automatic weapons to get them out. Whatever it takes.
And you were going to be for that. Come on, if Donald Trump took over...
You heard what I said. I don't care if you don't believe me. You asked me, you got an answer. You're free to disbelieve me if you want. I'm telling you my answer. Now you can accept or reject it as you will. That's my answer. It's not going to change.
Listen, okay, so hold on for a second. Let me explain this to the damn people. I want y'all to look at the screen, and this is why I don't know why Sarge be talking without knowing what the fuck he talking about. Here was the plot, the Trump fake electors plot. This is what happened, and Sarge said that it will never validate it or whatever the fuck he just said. He said the Trump fake electors plot involved a scheme devised in after the 2020 United States presidential election by former President Donald Trump and his allies in 7 key states to create and submit fraudulent certificates of assertment that falsely asserted that Trump had won the Electoral College in those states. The intent of the scheme was to pass the fraudulent certificates to the Vice President Mike Pence in hopes that he would count them, rather than the authentic certificates, and thus overturn Joe Biden's victory. The effort was predicated on a fringe legal theory devised by Donald Trump's attorney, John Eastman, and others, which claimed the vice president has the constitutional discretion to swap out the official electors with alternate slate during the certification process, thus changing the outcome of the electoral college and the overall winner of the presidential race. That was the scheme. Trump would have been in charge. Would you have agreed with that?
The plot that you just outlined, the part where you select an alternate slate of electors that has not been certified by the state, meaning an official state seal in the slate of the governor, I would not agree with.
Well,
the part about him refusing to count the votes that are not properly and constitutionally determined, yes, I believe he has the authority to do that.
All right,
so I agree with half of it and not the other half.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you, that the Trump administration.
All right, well, look. The only thing that
if say what the fuck I'm trying to say.
Wait a minute. Listen to me.
Listen to me. That is what I'm trying to say. Was the illegal actions of the Trump administration by creating these fake electorals and submitting them to goddamn Mike Pence. Fortunately, he didn't get them in his hand that day, but one of those fucking congressmen put him on a plane and they sent him to Washington, and one of the staffers said, don't give that to the goddamn vice president, and they didn't give it to the vice president. So it was already in the works. They committed these crimes, Sarge. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a thing that happened, and you're trying to deny that these criminals didn't do this.
Okay, listen to me again. The vice president can only accept as electors those electors that have been certified by the state they come from. It has to have official certifying signature on it, and the state seal has to be on it. If they forge that, they have committed a crime. It doesn't matter what they give to Mike Pence. If it doesn't have that on it, he can't accept it. But
Sarge, this is the argument that you and I had when I was showing you these fake slate of electors, telling you they submitted them to the archives, whatever the fuck. This is the same argument that they did forge it. They did change it. They was trying to replace it. So they did commit these goddamn crimes. And what I'm saying right now is the Department of Justice and all of these other states has got their hands full with this election bullshit. But soon as they done with this shit, they're going to go look these people up and they're going to charge them criminally for trying to overthrow the goddamn election. Now, hold on. Who's this unknown caller line I just opened? This line right here. Who's this? Oh, hello. Okay. Well, Sarge, your mic back open.
If they forge a state signature and a state seal, then yes, they have committed a crime. Yes. I don't care if they submit a McDonald's menu as an alternate slate to the vice president. The only ones he can select accept are those that have those certifying indications.
You
can't accept an alternate slate that somebody dreams up.
Well,
it's something he has to reject.
You argued against this for a whole fucking 3 hours.
But he can deny to count those votes from states that did not make election law in conformance with the Constitution of the United States and their state constitutions. He could do that.
Well, you argued against this for a whole goddamn night one night.
I know. Well, you don't listen. That's the problem with you. You make up some argument I didn't make.
Okay, nigga, you did argue against it.
I mean, you ought to listen to the arguments I make. I mean, you ought to find plenty to disagree with that, the ones I actually make.
You said that they didn't break the law and all that kind of bullshit, but these guys...
If they didn't forge a signature of an official and the state seal, then no, they didn't break the law.
Listen, what you're saying is not true. What they did was, instead of sending the actual electors sent by the state, they was trying to replace those actual electors that was elected by their states or whatever, however they get nominated in each state. And they were trying to replace those real electors with the fake ones. That's the law. You ain't got to forge shit. You just got to try to take whoever is in the right position there and put your name in instead. And that's what they was doing. So this whole forgery thing, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But that was a criminal act that they committed. So stop it.
The only credible way they could have done it was to forge a false certification document. That's the only way that would have been credible. And if they did that, then yes, they did commit a crime.
Not if the Secretary of State was in on the goddamn deal. If the Secretary of State was doing shit illegal, then according to the electors that signed it, it's coming from the Secretary of goddamn State. So I'm gonna sign this document. It looks legit. You get what I'm saying? And now that Secretary of State gonna get held responsible for submitting this fake ass document. But no forgery had to happen. Is my point. Do you get that?
Do you not understand the state sends a slate of electors to Congress? They are free to reject that slate too. Do you not understand?
Well, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole.
The law says it's submit to Congress in a manner as the legislation of the state may direct.
Okay, well, whatever.
You can't read the Constitution. You don't know what it says. You won't bother to read it.
Okay, don't question me on the Constitution. I know what the fuck I'm
talking Many about. Of the states have methods of submitting alternate slates of electors. And it has to be done in accordance with those procedures.
There is no alternate slate of electors during this
presidency. You better look at the state that make that determination. What did the state law say?
During the 2020 presidential election, there was no alternate slate of electors. Do you understand that? Now, I don't know if you're talking about local election. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But during the 2020 presidential election, there was no alternate slate of electors. And if I'm gonna give you a little caveat. If there was an alternate slate of electors, then those electors would have been duly justified to fill in for the real electors. And I'm assuming in case of emergency or whatever the fuck. But that alternate slate of electors that you're alluding to just cannot be invented out of thin air and then replace the real slate of electors. What I'm trying to say is there's a procedure for these electors in each state, and these guys that are in trouble with this alternate slate of bullshit was not even elected or nominated or whatever in these states. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, listen to me. You see, I didn't say there was an alternate slate of electors. You didn't listen to what I said. As always, I'm going to go very slowly, and I want you to listen to what I say. The method of sending a slate of electors to Congress is determined by state election law. It is possible that the state, even though the voters would turn them out of office if they were to suggest doing this, if the state legislator wanted to cut out the popular vote altogether in their state and elect the state electors with the legislature, they could do that. They don't have to let you vote directly for president in your state. But, of course, if you did that these days, they turn you out of office, so nobody does it. But the Constitution says whatever manner the state elects to send a slate of electors to Congress, that is how it is done. Some states have a provision for setting an alternate slate of electors to Congress. You got to look at each state voting law to see what it is. Almost every state has a provision to do exactly that, because you never know what can happen during an election. You might find out there's fraud. So the electors don't want to send a fraudulent slate of electors to Congress. They want to have a provision for an alternate slate if necessary. They might die. They might die in a plane crash because they're being transported. Every state almost has a provision for an alternate slate of electors.
Okay, motherfucker, listen, what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not arguing with you. I'm giving you credit for what you're saying, right? The fake slate of electors that I'm talking about is the ones that were submitted to the National Archives and sent to Vice President Mike Pence. Those were fake. Those weren't alternate slate of electors. We're calling them alternate slate of electors because that's the way they describe themselves. Those were illegitimate electors, if you want to be more precise about how to describe them. They were not legitimate. They were not legal. They were fake slate of electors. Do you understand that? So this argument about alternate slate or whatever based on the state, I'm not even having that debate. I'm talking about what actually happened. The people that actually submitted their fucking names to the National Archives and then they submitted that fucking list to Mike Pence. Those were fake electors that Donald Trump in 7 states, like it said, wanted Mike Pence to approve instead of the real ones. Do you get that?
If they were sent there with the indicia that might cause one to believe there was a legitimate slate of electors certified by the state, then whoever did it, whether it's a Trump supporter or anyone else, has committed a crime.
That's
Okay?
what the fuck
Now,
I've
did you
been
hear what I
saying.
just said?
Good Lord, we had to go through
So
all that.
what remains to be determined is whether or not that slate that was submitted would cause one to believe that was a slate of electors that had been sent there by the state.
That's already been determined, you motherfucker. That's why they got the name, Sarge. That's why they saying this person that submitted his name as an elector for this goddamn state was not legit. He's a criminal. And then you go to the next state. This person was not a legitimate elector. This person, they got the fucking names. And I gave you the goddamn list. I showed you who was submitted to the National Archive. Mike Pence didn't. This is old fucking news. Why am I talking to you about this bullshit? Are you just not getting an understanding of what the fuck went on? Really?
All right, let me tell you why I have very much suspicions about what you say, because they said Donald Trump incited insurrection by telling people to go to the Capitol and march peacefully and patriotically protest the results of the election. And you said that was an insurrection, so I don't believe anything coming out of these Democrats or you with regard to this.
Okay, so hold on. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying there was a culmination of events and time and tweets and emails that has been released recently by Donald Trump and his staff coordinating that event, acknowledging that they was going to go to the Capitol way before Donald Trump's speech. Donald Trump just went on and told those people what was already prior coordinated. Fucking Roger fucking Stone said the shit way before the goddamn election. Steve Bannon said the shit. Hold on for a minute. Let me pull this up so your dumb ass. Why do we have to go through this? It's like I'm repeating the same shit to you over and over again. This didn't have you just trying to put it solely on that speech. Nobody is putting it solely on that speech except for you. You're the only one putting it solely on that speech. There was a effort made to coordinate this shit long before that goddamn speech. I can't find Steve Bannon. So he even said it that there was going to be hell if Donald Trump was going to claim the thing early. He was going to fucking claim that the red wave that came first, and then he was going to try to stop the election, and then there was going to be hell and all that kind of bullshit. And then Donald Trump either said, tweeted out, "Be there, it's going to be wild." All that shit, Sarge. I mean, there's a bunch of shit that happened before that goddamn speech, you dumbass.
Sarge, you don't want to be the last man walking away while the whole Republican Party, all the Trumpeteers have walked away, and you're the last one walking, leaving them alone. I mean, honestly, Sarge, come on. I see you. All
right, Daron, let me explain it again.
You, Sarge.
Everything is as you said it was, then Tyrone, someone has committed a crime. I have strong suspicions that it is not as you say it is, that satisfies the elements of that crime you are speaking of. That's the difference between you and me. That's really our difference. I'm not saying what you said in broad terms isn't a crime. It is. I'm saying you're saying the evidence is there to support it. I'm saying to you that it isn't. I don't believe it is. Okay, but if it is, it would support a crime. But I don't believe it because you people are so fast and loose with facts.
Okay, so the reason that the evidence is there, hold on, let me show you where Trump referrals.
Again, I want to stress again, if the evidence that you say supports what you say happened is there, then yes, you've got an attempt to submit fraudulent electoral certificates. That is a crime. You guys are so loose with facts, I just have trouble believing it. I want to see the evidence.
Okay, well, Sarge, you ain't been paying attention to the news cycles then, because they've been presenting the evidence.
I do pay attention to news cycles. I hear this. I'm looking at this Trump elector plot you referred. I'm reading what they say. That's why I have doubts about it.
Okay, well, you're reading
because it doesn't cite the evidence that supports the claim.
You must be reading from Fox News or some bullshit because
it doesn't support the evidence that cites the claim.
Okay, well,
what is the evidence to support it?
Okay, here.
The fact that somebody put the names on the 3x5 index card and that's supposed to support a fake electoral certificate? What is the evidence of it?
Okay, so this was before the election. Shut up. Listen.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory. right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out, you lose. I'm the winner. I'm the king. And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After that, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Wray, the FBI director, and he's going to say, fuck you. How about that? Because he's never going to, he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
I'm done. I don't know what the fuck else you've been listening to. I mean,
so
shit.
wait a minute. So he made the statement before the results of the election were in?
Yes, nigga.
So he made before the results of the election are in, and you're saying this is sufficient evidence that Trump was going to falsify the election?
Yes, Sarge. Yes.
You belong in the Department of Justice.
Hold on.
You should be in the Department of Justice.
That's one of many.
Go apply for a job there, Tyrone. You're made for them.
That's one of many. That's not D. That's not even D. That's one of many, Sarge.
He's talking shit, man.
That's light.
That's all he's doing is talking shit.
Sarge, listen. There's a difference between talking shit and Steve Bannon doing a play-by-play right there. He predicted exactly what the fuck happened. The chaos, Trump's denial, when he was going to deny the fucking red wave. All of that shit is right there in the fucking audio. The whole fucking goddamn Hunter Biden bullshit. All that shit is in there. You just didn't listen to it, you stupid ass. Good Lord.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tyrone, you let this Department of Justice make that case for a legitimate grand jury even, not a D.C. grand jury, because I don't give a fuck. They can put a ham sandwich up in front of them and they'll indict it. All they can do is write Trump on it, and they'll indict that ham sandwich. And I'm talking about a legitimate grand jury. Let them put that evidence you just cited in front of a legitimate grand jury, and this Department of Justice will lose whatever credibility it has left.
Okay, whatever.
This is a pastrami sandwich, all right?
Go ahead,
this is pastrami, all right, Sarge. If you're talking about a ham sandwich, listen.
And if they do that, they'll lose whatever little credibility they have left.
Sarge, listen.
Let them do it then.
Sarge,
Let them follow the January 6th kangaroo court recommendation with no cross-examination. Let them follow their recommendation. I almost hope they do.
Sarge, let's be clear that's one of many. It's like a puzzle, right? And they put the puzzle together and all these people. And I'll just say this. I see you tippy-toeing your way little by little away because you see that the key people around him, you're seeing that circle of his is getting smaller and smaller, and even his own family, his kids, is walked away from him. So let's see where this ends up, and I see you dancing your way away from him. Away. I see that.
Okay, just don't hold your breath for it to happen because you might suffocate.
You're gonna always
don't hold your breath.
For him,
all I got.
But I guarantee you're going the DeSantis wave. You're going DeSantis wave.
I'm starting to have doubts about that one too now, and I really like it.
Oh, so who is?
But you're just gonna ignore.
I'm a little hesitant. I'll tell you. I'm going to make up my mind when the time comes to make up my mind, based on all the evidence that I see in here and can confirm. Right now, I'm going to leave it alone until that time comes.
Sorry, listen,
there's a lot of time between now and then. I'll have plenty of time to make my mind based on the evidence I can gather empirically and with epistemological evidence. I'm going to need both of them to make a decision on this one.
All right, well, I'm going to open these lines, guys. Appreciate it, Miss Elisa.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Good night, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tyrone, I'll let you know if I'll be available next Thursday.
Okay,
And
okay,
if
that'll
not,
work.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year,
Happy New
Jay.
Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy
holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays. Yeah, we haven't got to New Year. Happy
To
holidays.
everybody on here.
Yeah,
but Sarge
and Sarge,
Trump-
don't upset yourself like that. Y'all have Sarge all upset, and I have to come in and take his side on some of this stuff. But not tonight. So I'll probably see you guys next week. But if not, Happy New Year. Oh, wait a minute, Christmas is Sunday. Yeah, Happy New Year.
All right. But sorry, Trump is a criminal, man. I mean, he got criminal referrals. He got stolen documents. I mean,
Okay. Look, we stop changing the subject. By the way, I want to give you a compliment, by the way. While I talk about your ass like a dirty dog you are, I got to give you a compliment on one thing. You ought to be, based on the new revelations that have come out about Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, you ought to be proud you've gotten so many strikes. That means you are actually performing the work of free speech. You should be proud. You should wear it as a badge of honor that you have gotten all these strikes. Honest to God, I'm not kidding. I mean this in all seriousness.
Well, I wouldn't look at it like that. I say it's
Now, well, you should. I think you ought to be proud of yourself. And I'm going to tell everybody, Donald's a fucking blockhead. He don't know a goddamn thing. He's a goddamn idiot. He got the worst case Trump deranged him I've ever seen. But I tell you one thing, he allows free speech on this platform. Free speech gets through. Enough free speech gets through to get him striked. And that tells you all you need to know. You're leaving out corrupt Facebook and Twitter and all the YouTube and all the rest of them are. We've got verified evidence with emails, with their texts between themselves, and Musk is releasing more and more of this shit every day. This shows you how corrupt these people are. They're in bed with the government. This is fascism.
Elon Musk is an idiot, man. You need to stop, man.
Listen, these are all, those social media sites, they're all private companies, Sarge. What are you talking about? They do. They got
private companies that got regular briefings from the FBI and the CIA. A private company in the case of Twitter that hired as a general counsel for its firm, Jim Baker, who was behind the Russia collusion hoax. Man, are you kidding? 80 FBI agents assigned liaison with Twitter and Facebook. 80 FBI agents, 15 FBI agents in the top leadership.
Okay, but sorry,
are you serious?
Listen, why is the only ones that are getting criminal referrals and going to jail on the Republican side?
Because the rats run the show, but that ain't going to be that way for long.
Oh, no.
The rats run the show right now, but a new sheriff is coming to town.
Even your president got a criminal referral. He's a goddamn
Taylor Green. Her name is Green Girl, the Green Girl.
Marjorie Taylor.
Anyway, look, Sarge, listen. Just like the TV, television, cable television, it is regulated by the FCC, which is a government branch that deals with federal communications, right? Whether it be radio, AM, FM, any kind of communications within the United States territory, right? We're talking about you have to deal with the FCC when you're doing short broadcasts, what they call short radio around the area. You are limited because now there's more laws that weren't in place before with pirate radio, and we know what pirate radio was, which really doesn't exist anymore because of the way the government regulates. So when you're talking about the internet and you're saying, well, the FBI is working with social media, well, maybe they will be because they have to regulate over the internet and communications that are in these internet channels, Sarge. These social media are websites that are in the internet realm, which means that falls in the jurisdiction of the government of the United States that control communication. So let's not play this game.
Well said.
Jay, the FCC has control over broadcast content, not the internet. They don't have any jurisdiction.
Hold on. Sarge.
Broadcast journalism.
Hold on.
Broadcast messages.
No.
Internet is not a broadcast.
Sarge, hold on. Now let's get clear that there's not enough laws in place the way it is in television because the internet right now is 25 years old and they're playing games because here we now hold on. This is where social media is playing on both sides with the Republicans and the Democrats because they keep the Republicans and the Democrats from imposing these laws or implementing these laws that are going to be like television. You understand, like the way the FCC runs. So because we have both parties that are playing into this because they're getting checks and saying, hey, listen, leave us alone, and they keep pushing it back. But guess what? Eventually, the government is going to get involved more than what they are right now. So, like I said, because the internet is a communication thing that is, they can regulate. Does the government regulate your phone? Can they regulate just a phone line, Sarge? Right? If you're broadcasting, if you're on a phone line with thousands of people, the government can't get involved or tap into that line. Is what you're saying, Sarge?
The government cannot wiretap without permission from a duly adjudicated court.
Through the government.
Oh, they can't
through
wiretap.
The government, another branch of the government, though, right? Right? So what I'm saying,
no branch of the government can wiretap, surveil anyone.
No, but hold on.
Court permission.
But the judge, listen, you just said that they have to get permission, right? But they have to get permission from the
court.
state.
They have to get a warrant for surveillance.
No, but hold on. But that means that they have power over communications. Are we? Come on, Sarge, think about it. You have
wait
to
a minute. Are you saying that the requirement to get court permission for surveillance is just a fig leaf? It doesn't really mean anything if they want to do it?
No. What I'm saying
is that what you're trying to tell me?
What I'm
but
saying
you might be right about that, Jay.
No. What I'm saying is that.
Jay, you were right. He's trying to.
Listen, Listen. What I want to be clear.
If it's a fig leaf, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, they can wiretap anytime they feel like it.
No, what I'm saying is.
Policing right there.
Sarge.
Yeah, they can just wiretap whatever they want to. Why not? They're the government. They got all the power. They got all the guns. Gee, let's just let them do whatever they want.
But hold on.
You're right. They can.
Sarge, my point is that the government has the power over the communication, whether it be television
not
or
the internet.
Sarge, those what I just said earlier, that the Republican and the Democrats are not implementing those laws because these social media companies are the ones that are putting money in their pocket. Come on.
So in other words, we're going to make it illegal until we get a law. Is that what that's a new argument now? Let's just do what we owe. Let's just be lawless and do it anyway, because we think we should be able to.
Lawless in what?
Okay, I love the way you believe in the rule of law, why you want to hold me accountable for the rule of law.
Sarge,
and then you openly advocate for laws.
Sarge, is the
This is amazing. Are you really self-aware or not?
Sarge, is the internet the Wild Wild West right now?
No, it's real. These companies are regulating the hell out of it.
Sarge.
They're doing it on their own. They don't need to act as a proxy for the federal government. It is unconstitutional for private companies to act as a proxy for the federal government to suppress speech. The Supreme Court has ruled that many times. Just because it's a private company, if it does it at the urging of the government, it is unconstitutional and a violation of your civil rights.
Part of why you think the way you think in the last couple of years is because
because that's the way it is. That's the rule of law in this country.
The internet.
Now, I know you have a problem with the rule of law, but that is the rule of law. The most important right in the Constitution is the First Amendment.
You just admitted that the internet is not
the most important right in the Constitution. Is the First Amendment.
You just admitted that the internet is not fully regulated like cable television.
It is not regulated by the FCC.
Sarge, but it will be.
No, it is regulated right now by the laws of the United States that forbid criminal actions, fraud, and conspiracies. Those laws apply to the internet right now without regulation under Section 230 of the Federal Communications Code.
Sarge.
If you commit crimes by inciting violence or committing fraud, you are just as liable to criminal prosecution as you would be if the FCC were regulating it also. You have no protection against fraud, libel, slander, or other criminal actions that you commit on the internet. You have an absolute right to free speech, period. End of story.
Sarge, two things.
Did you step on that yelling?
Two things, Sarge, right? If you are television, two things happen. You're dealing with the cable broadcaster and you're dealing with the channel. Or if you want to even add to it, the show. If you broadcast something like that, right, and they can sue those three entities, right, on wrong.
What are they suing for, Jay?
If they, okay, so how about this?
I mean, no, will you be specific? What is the object of the lawsuit? What are they claiming they're being harmed by?
A crime is committed. A crime is committed.
Yeah, so let's just incitement to riot or to murder. Let's say somebody does that. Yeah, that's illegal. Free speech does not protect you from that.
Can they get sued?
They can criminally prosecute as well as being sued.
Right.
Yes.
And on the internet, could a social media company be sued and prosecuted?
If they are an accessory to a solicitation to commit a crime, yes, they can be sued and they can be prosecuted.
So that means that there's rules that
free speech doesn't protect you from criminal actions. When is a criminal action to say that there was electoral fraud? Or that Hunter Biden's laptop is real? Or that the vaccine doesn't prevent you from being infected or transmitting further infections? Since when is that a crime or fraud or slander or anything else? Since when is free speech a crime? Since the Democrats and the internet, in cooperation with federal agencies, decided to make it as such.
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying that you cannot go on television and just say whatever you want either.
No, you can't slander, you can't libel. Again, that is not protected by the First Amendment.
But hold on. But what I'm saying is that's private entities also saying we're not going to have that. I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
We don't have an argument about that.
No. My point is that social media, when you're saying that they're doing this, they're doing that, and they're not letting you have free speech, is that they're just like a television entity somewhat, where they're a private company and they'll tell you what you can say and what you can't say on television. What is that shocking to you? Why are you upset?
Absent the prompting of the government or at the behest and or direction of the government, they are free to censor any speech they want. But when they do it in response to urgings, implications, and promptings from the government, then they are committing a violation of the First Amendment just as surely as if the FBI had done it directly.
Well, we don't see that happening, Sarge.
They're gonna change the law. Wait till they change the law, then get back to me.
And again, listen. In order, because the internet, right? The government still regulates the internet. You can't just do whatever you want on the internet.
I think we've already agreed to that, Jay. Now, what are you saying they should be able to regulate? Why do we have to keep going over things we've already agreed to? What is it that we disagree with what they can't do?
What I'm saying is that there's rules and regulations, and you're getting upset.
keep restating things you've already stated. We've already accepted that as a given. Now, what is it you are saying that they should be able to censor? What should the FBI be able to go to Facebook and say, you need to be on the lookout for information about Hunter Biden's laptop, because if you print it, you might be publishing Russian disinformation.
Well, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what you're asking for.
Government that should be allowed to do that.
I'll give you an example of what you're looking for. They should be able to censor people rallying up a whole bunch of people to show up on Washington and overturn the Capitol. They should be able to stop that type of action.
So they should be able to stop protests now. I swear, you get more tyrannical every day.
I didn't say that.
Now you're saying that the government should decide what's a suitable subject to protest about.
You put
nigga, read the first goddamn motherfucking amendment. Will you please read it and actually come?
Okay, motherfucker. I said that they should be able to stop the incitement of a fucking insurrection. There's a difference between that and a goddamn protest. I protest, and maybe you do too. That's in our Constitution. But whenever it raises to the level to where it's gathering people in mass to show up at our fucking goddamn Capitol, the United States of America, and actually take actions to stop the electoral count of a goddamn presidential election, they should be able to do something about that. Now, I'm very specific about what I said. I did not say fucking protest, you moron. Good Lord.
All right. Where was an incitement? Where was an incitement to insurrect done?
Okay,
Give me the detail.
Okay, so you had Alex
And
Jones's
have you read,
Okay, I'm
have
trying
you
to
read
tell
the
you.
statute?
Okay, motherfucker, you asked a question. You had Alex Jones's website. You had Donald Trump's website. You had Donald Trump's Twitter account. You had all kinds of people from the Oath Keeper to the Proud Boys on Twitter gathering together. Marjorie Taylor Greene's Twitter. There's a lot of congressmen, Republican congressmen, that actually rallied and incited this stuff on Twitter. Everybody was promoting January the 6th. Whenever the FBI noticed that type of action was taking place, they should have been all over it and prevented that action from happening. Do you understand that now? If you on mute, you ain't saying nothing.
Okay, again, let me ask you this question succinctly and without all the bullshit and rhetoric. Have you read the federal statute on insurrection, and do you know what the elements of the offense of insurrection are? Yes or no?
I have not read the federal statute, but I mean, I can look it up while I'm sitting here. You know me, I don't mind looking up some shit.
All right, go look it up then, and you tell me where the elements of that offense are satisfied on January 6th.
It says a violent uprising against. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. It says a violent uprising against the authority.
Okay, what is the number? What is the statute number that you're reading?
I'm trying to answer you. It says.
Because I want to make sure we're looking at the same statute.
Okay, I'm just reading the word insurrection. You're on mute again. It says a violent uprising against authority or government. How that applies is on January the 6th, violence occurred against the Capitol Police. Violence occurred so much so that somebody got shot and killed, Ashley Babbitt. The officers at the defending the Capitol was beaten with shields and batons and flagpoles. They broke into the building. They committed vandalism, and they took over the floor of the House violently. They had zip ties, and they had a gallows on the Capitol yards. That was violence. Everything up there on January the 6th was violence once Trump told those people to march to the goddamn Capitol. That was, by definition, a goddamn insurrection because there was an uprising against the government of the United States of the certification of an election. That was a fucking insurrection.
All right, let me rephrase my questions. I don't think I asked it properly. Let me ask it again. I suppose there are some people you might be able to charge with insurrection. Now, what I want you to specifically tell me is, what did Donald Trump do to incite an insurrection, and those who are closest to him? What did they specifically do that meets the elements of the offense of insurrection?
All right, they plan.
See, I think that can be. You ought to try to be as
nigga,
as
every
me.
time you ask me a question, you start talking. Stop talking.
Yeah, not long, no, because you know you ain't.
Shut the fucking up. Listen, Donald Trump planned, coordinated, and told people and paid for buses, paid for people's trip to Washington to gather that entire crowd and had an event and riled the crowds up and incited them to go to the Capitol. And once Mike Pence did not do what Donald Trump said that he did, that he wanted him to do, then Donald Trump told them through Twitter that Mike Pence has failed them as a country, which caused those people to go into that goddamn Capitol and try to hang the vice president of the United States of America. Now, you asked me, and that's what the fuck happened.
No, you just gave me the accusation. You didn't give me the evidence for it.
I gave you the evidence, nigga. The video.
No, you said that he made a speech that caused some people to insurrect.
I didn't say that.
That's what you
I didn't
said.
say that. I didn't say
Yes,
that.
you did.
You didn't listen
Okay,
to
why
what I
don't you say it again so I can make sure I got it right? Because it sounded to me like you said he gave a speech that caused some people to engage in insurrection.
Okay. Prior to January the 6th, that's what I started my speech off with. Prior to January the 6th, Donald Trump coordinated, paid for, and got people to Washington. Now, don't forget that part, that his whole messaging and text messaging history shows that he coordinated this prior to that fucking speech you keep hanging on. I don't give a fuck about that speech except for him pointing them to the goddamn Capitol. So there was coordination made on news events. He did interviews telling people to show up on January the fucking 6th. And before January the 6th, he tweeted out, "Be there, it's going to be wild." So before January the 6th, he told a whole motherfucking bunch of people to go to Washington. On January the 6th, when Mike Pence didn't do what the fuck he expected him to do, he aimed them people toward the Capitol and he sent them over there to stop the electoral fucking count of the president of the United States of America. That incited the goddamn insurrection.
I see. So that's your case. So let me get it straight now. So encouraging people to demonstrate and come to a demonstration where violence is likely to ensue, even before it has been stated it will ensue, is in fact encouraging insurrection. Now, am I to understand that's your point?
Inciting people. He incited people.
No. You just said the act of asking people to come, encouraging them to come, revving them up, getting them excited about coming. You said that is in and of itself an element of the act of inciting insurrection.
Am I right or wrong? Donald Trump, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm very clear about what the fuck I'm
asking you to clarify it. I'm not trying to, I don't do like you do.
Bitch,
I'm asking you to further define it for me.
Donald Trump incited people to go to the goddamn Capitol. I was
Again,
clear.
What words were those that caused this incitement to insurrection?
Okay, so hold on. I'll tell you. When Donald Trump, before the Capitol riot, tweeted out, "Be there, it's going to be wild," and then when he gave his speech and aimed them toward the Capitol, what incited them is when Mike Pence didn't take that phony slate of elections that we were just talking about earlier, and Donald Trump tweeted out, Mike Pence did not have the courage to do what he was supposed to do. That incited the people to be angry at Mike Pence and then go into the Capitol forcefully and violently to try to stop the electoral count.
So I get it. Okay, so now I think I understand. So you're saying that the action of Donald Trump expressing his disappointment in Mike Pence's lack of actions caused people to insurrect. And now
I'm not saying it; the rioters said it.
Okay, then what are you? Will you please? Okay, tell me again what you're saying. Because I just heard you say it.
I'm not.
You do it again.
No.
Do it again.
You listen. You heard it right. You got it right. But I'm not saying it. The people who was at the insurrection said it. When they was reading out real time what Donald Trump was tweeting, that's when they got upset. Soon as Donald Trump tweeted that Mike Pence didn't do what he was supposed to do, that's when those people got angry and went into the Capitol. So I'm not saying it. I'm just giving you a recount of what the fuck you obviously missed if you ain't been paying attention.
Okay, Donald Trump cited his belief that Mike Pence failed the crowd, and this caused the crowd to incite, and that statement was designed to cause them to incite insurrection. Is that correct?
I don't know about design. You using that word. I don't know about design.
Okay. Use your own word. Because I'm trying to understand it. so I can cut it to
I can't repeat
pieces.
it no more. I done said it over.
I don't want to make up anything you didn't say. I'm not like you.
Well, I done said it over and over again, man. If you didn't watch the goddamn tapes,
Okay, then I'm gonna go with my last understanding of it. My understanding of what you said is that Donald Trump's citation of Mike Pence's failure to block the electoral count and to not seat an alternate slate of electors that was proposed by I don't know who, but whatever it was, he didn't accept it. That is an incitement to insurrection to the crowd that was there. And I say to you, if you try to prove that in a court of law, good fucking luck.
Okay, okay, so I'm going to put it like this right here. We witness in real time how it incited the rioters to go into the Capitol. I seen it. I mean, if you ain't look at the tapes, I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Yeah, well, you obviously don't know what the fuck to tell me because you don't know how to prove the elements of the offense of a crime.
I ain't got to prove shit.
And I would think that if you're so adamant that he incited people insurrection, you would cite better evidence for me than this.
Okay, but sorry, they're going to jail. They are getting locked the fuck up. I don't have to prove shit to you. You need to accept what the fuck is going on. These people are going to goddamn jail. Whenever it first started, we had all these misdemeanor charges, right? And I told you, they're going to work their way up the goddamn ladder. And that's what the fuck they've been doing. So they've been going slowly, getting the fucking lesser charges. And now they're working their way up to the bigger charges. I don't have to prove shit to you. You just are not accepting that the people that support your movement, the conservatives on that day in Washington, D.C., flying Trump flags and rebel flags, are getting locked up for sedition and conspiracy to overthrow the goddamn government. This is a fact. I'm not making this shit up. It's happening. They're going to fucking jail. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You are trying to persecute the former president of the United States on some legal mumbo jumbo that ain't even legal.
Around this.
You're literally trying to get the president of the United States. I don't care what they do to rioters who assault police. I'm not concerned about what they do to people who batter police and destroy federal property. I'm concerned about you trying to tie the president of the United States to it.
The ship
Whose
is
rally was
sinking
it?
and you just trying
Whose
to stay
rally was
above
it?
water.
I ain't trying to protect no fucking rioters.
Wow.
Whose rally was it? Whose rally was it?
Okay, so what responsibility does Kamala Harris and her bunch bear for bailing out rioters who battered police, assaulted police, and assaulted federal buildings with judges in them? What is her responsibility there, Mr. Lawgiver?
Sarge is an expert in
Answer the question, please. What is Kamala Harris's responsibility with that bail fund?
Diversions, my Sarge.
This is called
You got
whataboutism.
anything to say about it? I didn't think so.
This is called whataboutism. We're talking about the riot on January 6th.
You're goddamn right it is, and I'm keeping on doing it because it's staring me in the face.
Sarge, sad, man.
And you want me to ignore it, which I refuse to do.
Sinking ship, Sarge. Sinking ship. Wow. The Hirsch was your last.
I know you got to change the subject because you know you had your ass whipped on this. So you got to change the subject on Herschel Walker.
Go back.
Be my guest.
Go back to your president right now. They got 4 recommendations to be indicted as a criminal. Wow. That's deep.
Yeah, from the worst kangaroo court in American congressional history. No cross-examination. It's all bullshit.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, let them indict him then. Let him. Discovery's going to be a bitch. And we'll see on the witness stand, Nancy Pelosi and Muriel Bowser. We'll see your asses there and what you got to say there under oath.
You know what? Listen, most likely...
We'll get Miss Nancy Pelosi, Muriel Bowser, Chuck Schumer, and we'll get the whole bunch of them in court under oath, have them raise their right hands, and let's see what they got to say.
No, sorry. Listen, this is... You see, one thing that about me, I'm realistic, right? So I said, look, in reality, I said to myself, listen, most likely Donald Trump is not going to prison. But I'm going to tell you what can happen and what might happen, and it's real possible. They talked about the fines that he's going to get. So if he gets hit for $100 million in one area and has to pay it, and then $200 million in the other, I'm happy with that if it brings them down to nothing. That's the least that they could do. And I don't know if he's going to be able to be in that status, but they said that that's going to hurt. So I guess you got to hurt them where it hurts, and that's really in the pocket. Because a lot of these rich people, they get away with, prison and all that. So the best thing and at least that's going to be really bad or detrimental to them is really not having that status of all that money. So if they could take $300 million, because that's not just $2 or $3 million. It's a lot of money. He did raise $4 million for those digital NFTs, which, like I say, I hope you spent your $99.99 on that, Sarge. And got your NFT collection. But like I said, he gets hit for $300 million. That's the least that they could do. So I don't think, again, the reality is that I know that he's probably not going to go to prison. But what might happen is that they're going to hit him in his pocket heavy, and it's going to hurt. That's all.
I'm going to go you one further, Jay. If they indict Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., and they try him in Washington, D.C., I have no doubt a D.C. jury will send him to jail. So I'm going to give you one further. I have no doubt, there's no doubt in my mind that the typical D.C. jury made up of TRS audiences who vote to send Donald Trump to jail. There's no doubt in my mind. None.
They'll put him in house arrest. They won't put him in prison.
So, it all depends on where he's tried. If he's tried in D.C., he's a goner. He's going to the clamor.
Listen, they're going to do to him what they did to Pablo Escobar. They're going to put him in his own.
Yeah, he's just as bad as Pablo Escobar. Yeah, speaking of Pablo Escobar, let's take a look at that border, shall we?
Well,
huh? Hey, who do you think's enabling the Pablo Escobar of the world on the southern border? Do you think it was Donald Trump, or do you think it's more likely Joe Biden?
Pablo Escobar was in Colombia.
Now, let's have that discussion.
Pablo Escobar was in Colombia, not Mexico, and it's not borderline.
Okay. Well, what about the Sinaloa cartel? Who do you think's more likely to be enabling them in their drug ship and their human trafficking? Who's more likely to be enabling that right now?
Why don't you ask yourself this question? Over all these different
I notice you don't want to answer mine.
No. Let's get deep into this. Hold on. Because this is true. There's a problem in the border, all these drugs and all that. But let's talk about
my question was, who is more likely to be enabling it? The actions of Donald Trump or the actions of the Biden administration?
There's a reason why.
Now, I noticed you didn't answer that question.
No, I'm gonna get right to it, and I'm saying is that why none of these administrations have fixed that issue. How about that? None of them. None of them.
Jay, I mean, really, that's just...
come on,
Jay, I mean, look, we cannot live in an alternate reality.
Let's not play that game,
I mean,
all
the
these administrations.
Was short-circuited over and over again. Now there's
hold on, Sarge, on this topic, without being political, listen, brother. Hold on, brother, listen. And this topic right here about the migrants, right? Don't you remember when America and other countries like destabilized those Central American countries? And I can't remember exactly what happened, but something happened to destabilize those countries.
And it's the United States' fault in 2022.
Of course. So they didn't help them rebuild.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we need to accept how many 50 million illegal aliens in the country to make up for it?
That's not the point. Listen, brother.
Is that it? Well, I want to know what your point is.
Listen, I understand that everybody don't want the immigrants. I don't want the immigrants. I don't want the illegal immigrants, right? But I'm saying these people are running from something, right? They're not just leaving their country because somebody said come to America. That's just not what's happening. If you look all over the world, in all the other countries, people want to stay in their home countries because that's where they're born. They got heritage there. They got culture there. So they want to stay in their countries. So what I'm telling you is that the governments of these countries have been taken over by these cartels and these dictators and these warlords because the actual country has been destabilized. And that happened years ago, not this administration, not the previous administration. In some administration in the past, these people have been destabilized, and these illegal people have taken over their governments, and that's what they're running from, getting their fucking heads chopped off and all that kind of bullshit. And you don't want to be honest about the conversation, so I don't think I can.
Okay, even if I accept the premise of your argument, which I do not, but let's say I do. that the United States destabilized these countries and caused this mass exodus of the great unwashed from all these countries in Central America. That still doesn't change the fact that we have a national security crisis, even if we caused it, that has to be staunched, that has to be ended and stopped. And then we can do whatever reparations we owe to these Central American countries. That's if I agreed with you, which I don't.
Well, I'll Google it. I know it was something. Hold on.
Well, look, as he's looking that up, I'm saying that over the years, like he said, there's been destabilized. And I didn't even tap into that. And that's a major problem. But I'm saying this, that the border situation with Mexico, right? Even let's talk about the drug issue. The government of Mexico and America, whether it been this administration or the past or 4 or 10 years ago, they have not fixed that problem, Sarge. There's been drugs coming through there like you don't know. The shit that you know now is because they're talking about it publicly and they have a spotlight on it. But there's been drugs flowing through there for many years, Sarge. Right over that border, Sarge. Okay? And they have not fixed. Both this country and that country has not got together and stopped the problem, even with the immigration. Okay?
I have watched dozens of interviews with these illegal aliens, the ones who speak English and the ones who speak their native tongues with interpreters. I have seen dozens of interviews with illegal aliens as to why they decided to come into the country at this time. And to a person, and most of them, by the way, are men, young men of military age. They're not families, and they're not young children. Most of them are males of military age. Right. Most of these males of military age say the reason they came is because of Joe Biden's words during the debate and elsewhere. Surge to the border and make your claim for asylum in the United States.
That's a fucking lie.
And not one of them thanks Donald Trump or the Republican Party. Not one of them ever.
So
they always thank Joe Biden.
So hold on. The ones that went during Trump, the ones that tried to cross the border during Trump's term, what did they tell them at that time that made them go to the border? What was their excuse?
They said they were going to come to the border before the border was sealed off entirely, and they realized this was their time and opportunity to do it before, because they thought the border wall was going to be built completely. And they wanted to get here before it was sealed, because they knew their journey would be that much more difficult. Not that it would be impossible, but it'd be that much more difficult, because the ports of entry would be severely restricted as a result.
Okay, well, I got a better question, right? What did the illegal immigrants say that was working illegally in Trump Towers in New York?
Again, Trump can't ask them about their immigration status. It is forbidden by federal law.
Illegal immigrant when you see it?
I don't know what he had to say. I'm not a spokesman. But he couldn't ask them about their immigration status. It is illegal. How many fucking times I got to tell you? If they have a valid Social Security number, you're supposed to accept it as valid. If it passes E-Verify, then they are allowed to work.
The point is, he didn't mind.
That's the law, God damn it!
The point is, he didn't. Hold on. The point is, he didn't mind. The point is, he didn't mind illegal immigrants when he was getting cheap labor.
See, here we go again with your demagoguery. You want to ignore the fact that the law says he can't ask about it.
Well, yes, he can do a thorough check. That's bullshit. Nothing is stopping him.
Never mind, you keep bringing up that card.
Hold on. Nothing is stopping him from doing a FBI background check or whatever he needs to be done. It's just that he don't want to. Sorry,
there is.
He doesn't
what
want
you
to
just
spend
cited
the money.
is what Democrats do.
He doesn't want to spend
it's illegal,
the money. No, sorry, hold on.
If he does a background check on him for immigration status, it's illegal.
Listen, the employer, right? When you're a big company, you can work with the government and pay, but it's going to cost you money to go and do those background checks. He don't want to spend the money. Let's not play that game. You got to
remember, when you seek employment and your employer does a background check on you, they do the background check based on the information you give them. voluntarily.
Sarge, no,
They
no,
just
hold
don't
on,
conduct
hold on,
background checks on their own.
Sarge, let me ask you a question. If you're gonna
Wait
work
a minute, why do you always ignore everything I say in response to what you say?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. If you work
you just said that he's against
let me ask you a question.
If they submit evidence,
Let me ask
information
you.
on voluntarily,
Hold on. You're gonna work for Brinks, right? And you're gonna be delivering money, right? You're gonna be working for a bank company. Now let me ask you a question. When they do what kind of background check do they do on you?
You have to submit information on your application form, which they verify. That's why.
Why and how and what through what channels they verify that through, Sarge?
Through whatever information you do. There's numerous ones. Through state records, through local and city records, through federal records, based on the information that you give.
Sarge, when they do a thorough, do they submit your information?
Tell me something. Do you know what I used to do in a prior life? I made arrests of people who committed identity fraud because it was common in the Illinois Secretary of State's office. Common. It happened regularly.
So let me ask you
a question. They have complete backgrounds. There's an industry in Chicago. The father of a well-known alderman in Chicago was arrested for running an identity counterfeiting ring. It was quite a famous case.
So you telling me
they have a complete identity with a whole background that when they apply for a job, they submit it, along with a valid Social Security number.
You're telling me that there's people...
Yes, I'm telling you they forge a lot of them.
I'm saying that you have people working...
And when they run a background check, everything that they say will be verified by public record.
Wait, let me ask you a question. There's people that are delivering money, right? They're delivering money in an armored vehicle. They have a gun and everything, right? Now, you telling me that they're not getting a thorough check through the government, Sarge?
I'm telling you, they get an extra thorough check because they have to also submit biometric data.
Well, this is what I'm telling you.
Like fingerprints and stuff.
Just like they do that.
Ain't nobody getting hired to transfer money from the Federal Reserve without a background check that is as thorough as they give to someone in the CIA.
So this is what I'm saying, that if they want...
Now, you think every company pays that kind of money and has that kind of background check done?
That's what I just told you.
No, they don't, and they shouldn't have to.
You don't want to spend the money was my point, you see? It's not that he don't want to know. Listen,
wait a minute. What do you want to do about that then?
Sarge.
What should be done? Does that mean you shouldn't just vote for me? What do you want to do?
Why did we dance around this and you just didn't admit to what I just said?
Okay. Donald Trump didn't want to spend $1,000 per immigrant to hire somebody to clean his toilets. So now what should we do about it, Jay? Should we put him in jail or just not vote for him? What?
Sarge, that's up to you.
We should stop saying Donald Trump is illegal. We should stop saying that Donald Trump is against illegal immigrants, and it's only for political reasons that you're saying that dumb shit.
Yes, I'm going to say he's against illegal immigration. You don't believe he is.
Only when it's
don't tell me what to say.
Hold on. Only
don't
when it's
tell me what to say.
Sarge, only
I'm going to say he is.
Only when it's convenient for him. That's
I believe at all times, at all places.
No, because listen again. You danced around this. You played around and acted like companies can't do a thorough background check to find out.
No, I even went into great detail as to how they could.
Sarge.
You're wrong.
Right, no. After you danced around it, yes, you finally came to reality.
There's no one here on TRS more adamant in what they believe than me.
Sarge, after dancing around, you came back to where we started.
All right, what was my dance? Did I do the polka? Did I do the what, Tuesday?
No,
what did I do? What was the dancing I did?
The dance was saying that they cannot find out if those people are illegal or not, that it's illegal.
That is not what I said. What I said was that they supply information. The employer can verify it or not. Some jobs require a higher level of verification. I detailed it.
Listen.
Now, if you want to think that an employer is supposed to spend more money than they otherwise would have to, when the federal government is half-assed enforcing immigration law, you got to be delusional.
Hold on. Listeners, if y'all listening, people that are listening, we heard what he said. He said earlier that They cannot find out. It's illegal for them to find out if they are illegal or to ask if they're illegal.
No. It is illegal
You
to
said
conduct
it,
a background check for the purpose of immigration check.
Right.
That's what I said. And you ignored that to make your little gotcha point. Let me say again what I said. What I said was it is illegal to conduct a background check for purposes of determining immigration status.
Hold on, Sarge. When you do a thorough background check, automatically you're going to know their immigration status if they official.
No, you're not. The federal government does not list it. All they ask for is a social security number. If that social security number passes E-Verify, which is the method used to verify a social security number, then that means the person is authorized to work in the United States because green card holders are frequently given a social security number. You don't have to be a citizen to get a social security number.
If you are a private entity and you want to make sure that your employees are legal migrants, right? Legal migrants here, or who
You're
they
not
are.
allowed to make that determination.
No, hold on.
Not legally.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Legally, you want to know who the hell you are employing.
You should, but this goddamn government doesn't want you to do it.
Sarge, that's bullshit. They know citizens who they are. Come on, let's not play that game.
Come on. Now you want to be lawless when it suits your little argument.
No, Sarge.
No, you don't want to actually stick to laws.
You're playing like companies can do a thorough check to make sure if that person is who they are.
Okay. Do companies do things on the slide that they're not supposed to? Yes. They will only do that when it's really important for them to know.
Slide or side.
Okay, but again, I'm going to tell you what the law says. God damn it. Will you stop talking to lawlessness when it suits your purposes? You're all for lawlessness when you want to win an argument.
I'm talking about...
But you don't want to stick to the law when it says you're not allowed to inquire into immigration status.
Sarge. If they want to do a thorough background check on the
here we go again. I'm giving you the law and you tell me what they want to do. Now you take your pick.
You're playing around with this shit, Sarge.
Jesus Christ, man. I agree with that point of view, Jay. Not with this, you shouldn't check their immigration. I think you should check their immigration status. But God damn it, the law says you can't do it.
Sarge. If you're doing
I don't agree with the law.
If you're doing a thorough background check on them, you're going to find out if they are.
God, man, and you're asking me, well, Sarge, why did you tell them to disregard the law and just do the background check anyway?
That's like saying, like,
well, a lot of them do it, Jay, and they could be sued if they get caught.
It's like saying that the government...
If they get caught, they could be sued, Jay.
Sarge, it's like saying that the government has hired a lot of immigrants and they don't know that they're illegal. Come on, Sarge.
Here we go.
Are you serious?
Here we go again. The government is exempted. Under the law. The governments are exempted.
Sarge.
I'm talking about private industry like Donald Trump and Trump Towers.
He could still find out.
Jesus Christ, man! You can't play gotcha with Sarge!
Sarge, that's bullshit, man. Trying to dance around this shit.
And you're just trying to create alternate universes in your head to try to win an argument that you cannot win.
You said he don't want to spend the money. You admitted it. You're now going right back to
wouldn't either. I wouldn't want to spend the money when this federal government has me boxed in. I wouldn't want to spend it either. They got me boxed in. Here's what I think employers ought to be able to do. Employers ought to be able to say, hey, I think you're right back.
And now you're back. Now you're back where you started again. You're like trying to do twists and turns over here. Sarge, listen. Again,
hey, I think a private employer ought to be able to say, wet back, get the fuck out of my office.
Don't want to spend the money. That's
what I think.
And so this is the question. This is the question that I ask you. How are you going to keep complaining about illegal immigrants when Donald Trump is not going to be spending the money to check if his employees are legal immigrants?
Hold on. And Sarge, hold on for a second. Let me say this right here. Okay, listen, Sarge, you're lying about an employee being able to check immigration status. You yourself done repeated E-Verify up here 30 times, and that's exactly what E-Verify does. And every employer can check E-Verify for their status of eligibility when it comes to immigration. So stop lying and saying Donald Trump couldn't have checked for the immigration status of his employees. That's just a damn lie.
Negro, you're lying yourself. Because when you have a Social Security number, it is deemed that you are in the country legally. They don't issue Social Security numbers legally to anyone who is not in the country legally. Like if you have a green card to join the Army or the Marine Corps, you get a Social Security number, and you're not a citizen.
Okay, so listen.
So if you have a Social Security number, that is considered a priori evidence that you are in the country legally. That's why I said what I said.
Okay, so listen, guys. Here's the website. This is the
That's why you have trouble understanding concepts and laws.
This is the U.S. Equal Opportunity Goddamn Commission website, and on it says, in compliance with federal law, all persons hired will be required to verify identity and eligibility to work in the United States. Okay? So to complete the required employment eligibility under the verification form to hire them. So, Sarge, you're lying when you say Donald Trump was
Negro, did you hear what I said earlier about the identity industry in this country? Did that just go over your head?
You said Donald Trump wasn't required
All right,
to check
listen to me
their
one more time, because goddamn it, that's where you always operate from incomplete information and you look like a fool.
Okay, Sarge, you're the
Here's what they do. Here's what they do. They obtain a Social Security number with a fake identity. It is verified. It is issued to a person who has a legitimate Social Security number. It is a legitimate Social Security number issued by the Social Security Administration. They use their forged identity papers to get the number. Or they take the identity of a person who already has a valid Social Security number.
Okay.
I arrested people for this shit!
Okay, so listen. Okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second. I'm not saying that you have not arrested people, and I'm not saying people don't break the law, but that's not every immigrant. And we do know that a lot of immigrants get these jobs without even going through that system, which was the case with the people that was working in Donald Trump's tower, because their immigration status had not been verified, and that's why we know about them illegal immigrants working in Trump towers. It is up to the employer to verify this stuff. Donald Trump did not do that. Perhaps because he was getting cheap labor. I don't know what the fuck it was, but this whole Donald Trump is opposed to immigrants bullshit is a fucking lie, because he took an advantage of them. And I can guarantee you, I promise you, down there at Mar-a-Lago, they probably some goddamn illegal immigrants down there doing some fucking work. So I promise you that.
I think he said what was key. I think we missed what was key. The key.
All right, your Trump derangement syndrome has you so determined to demonize Donald Trump. You're acting as though he behaves different than any other employee confronted with these stupid and contradictory federal laws.
Sarge.
He's no different than any other employee in that respect.
No, right, and you're right.
And look, and what you're citing is somebody who doesn't go through those procedures is breaking the law.
No, hold on.
Or whether it's the illegal alien.
But there's this is what I want to kind of go. There's a cause and effect, right? So it goes back to this. We talk about, why are they coming over here? You said that it was because they said Biden. And then I asked you, well, what was the reason when Trump was coming here? You're saying is the war. But then it was happening during Obama, but he was cracking down more than everybody. Then it was happening during Bush. It was happening during Clinton. It was happening during Reagan. So I'm just saying that the government has not fixed this as a whole. But going back to your situation in the private sector, you're right. All right, Donald Trump, aside that he was the president, you would have thought that he would have had more morals and say, wait a minute, I got to set the president because I am the president, right? And if I'm in the president, I'm not no longer a private entity only. I have to show by example, because I do have companies and I'm not going to be talking shit and then I'm doing the shit backwards, right? And then I'm contradicting myself. So then you would have thought that common sense, that would have happened. But this is the thing, Sarge. The key thing that you admitted to and that we now is clear, and that's what I thought. I thought this from before, is that they don't want to spend the money to do a thorough background check. It's not that they can't do it. They don't want to spend the money to do a background check like the way a FBI does it, because they can send the fingerprints to. You can get fingerprinted in a job, a regular job. It don't got to be a government entity. They can fingerprint your ass and say, this is the requirement. If you want to get this job, we got to take fingerprints because this is what is our requirements. Then they send those shits to make sure through the FBI if this person says who they are, if they supposed to be in the country, and if they have a fake Social Security, it's gonna pop up. Because the way the government, when they do a thorough, depending on, you said that Obama got slipped through the cracks. You just admitted that they do a thorough investigation when you go to work through the government. So what I'm saying is that private entities can spend a little bit more. If you don't spend the basics and you say, oh, yeah, I want to do a background, and you do a basic background check, that's something that might be in the local system or something like that. But if you want to get a thorough background check, which you can, you have to spend money. And you admitted he didn't want to spend the fucking money. That's all.
Well, look. I was incorrect to speak for Donald Trump because I shouldn't be attempting to speak for Donald Trump. I was speculating that he doesn't. I don't even know if he does or doesn't.
No, what I'm saying is not even Sarge. It's not even whether him. I'm saying this is what is deeper than, and he is one of the big problems because, like I said, he was the president, so he has private companies and he's doing the same shit he's complaining about. But I'm talking about the bigger picture. You say why they come here, Sarge? Because these companies are overlooking doing those background checks, and they know these people are illegal, and those big corporations, which are mostly white corporations here in America, want that cheap labor. They're not asking them for the paperwork, and they're coming here because they know those jobs exist here. So they're not coming for corporate jobs. Sneaking over the border to get a corporation job and to be a CEO. Most of those people are working the jobs that we minimally do here because it pays low wages, and we can't afford to get paid $2 an hour or $5 an hour to be picking shit. And because we know, obviously we've been here a little longer.
I guarantee you they're not asking for fingerprints for those jobs. I guarantee you that.
Sarge, my
and
point
most Social Security numbers that they have, they're not fake. Wait a minute, Jay. They're not fake Social Security numbers. They're legit Social Security numbers. They're obtained illegally, but they're legitimately issued by the Social Security Administration.
Right, but this is the thing. Listen, this is a bigger thing than one administration. This is what I'm saying, that this is a systematic problem. They need to upgrade the system and say, okay, so when we get a Social Security number, we got to match that face and all their information. Birth certificate, we want to make sure that everything is accurate and matches to that person.
I guarantee you that illegal aliens ain't applying for those jobs.
Well, Sarge,
for the most part. They're not applying for those kind of jobs that do that kind of extensive background check.
And what I'm saying is that those jobs that they are applying for are corporation jobs or whatever. Whoever's hiring them here is the reason why they come in here, Sarge. So you need to crack down on the corporations that keep...
I take that back, Jay. Let me take that back. There was one case out in California where an illegal alien got a job as a police officer. They found it out, they fired him, and they deported his ass, amazingly.
Sarge,
they found it out. An illegal alien, they got a job as a police officer with fake identity. He got a job as a police officer in some medium-sized California town. I can't remember which one it was. They found it out, and they actually put him in jail. After he got out of jail, they deported him. I couldn't believe it. They actually deported him.
Sarge, listen. What I'm trying to tell you
I'll be back in the country doing something else.
We want to talk about, yes, there's an immigration issue here, but if we want to really deal with it, we got to be honest with ourselves, and then we got to figure out a solution. So we are honest. Now you admitted that a lot of these companies, like Donald Trump, do not want to do a thorough background check to find out who are these people because it costs them too much. they don't want to spend the money for the type of position that they're hiring these people if they're doing hospitality work, and they're getting paid little bit of money. So a lot of these entities that do hire these people don't want to spend the money, and they're not going to do all that thorough background check, which that's one of the reasons why they're coming here, because they see there's jobs here that they could do that doesn't require them to get a background check to find out their status. So that's something that has to be dealt with these corporations in America, Sarge. Come on, we got to stop the bullshit.
Hey, we have a corrupt Congress. Do we agree that our Congress is corrupt? Yes,
yeah, but we just...
All right, well, let me finish, brother. I'll be real quick. Let me finish. Let's say Congress imposes a requirement that every single hiring entity in the United States, everyone, that say doesn't just hire for seasonal work, but say every other kind of work that's intended to be permanent, semi-permanent, part-time, whatever, has to do an extensive background check to include fingerprint verification. Now, what are the odds of you think that law being passed? And once it's passed, what do you think are is the probability of it being complied with? Just answer me, please.
It's 50-50, I would say, but you're not going to get nowhere because you have half of the people that don't want to implement that because it's in the interest of these corporations not to. They don't want to spend the money. Plus, another thing, government, they always cease to make money off of shit. So now they put this process, and now you got to pay the government more money to do this background check, or you make it systematic, which pushes the corporations away and say, no, we don't want to do that. So what they do, they keep these Congress people from pushing those bills, and they always keep it back and forth,
now I actually agree with you there, Jay. Now let me finish. Now hold on. I actually agree with you. You're right. The probability of wait a minute. Let me finish. The probability of